it. And so with automated driving, we have these two different frameworks that are kind of in tension. One is the car framework. Can we save one more person? The other is the aviation framework. Any crash is a failure and unacceptable. And so automated driving is essentially this challenge of shifting from that first paradigm to the second. And so in assessing the safety of any crash, right, we could ask, well, did the system perform at least as well as a human driver in the equivalent scenario? Did it perform at least as well as a competing technology? And importantly, did it perform better than the last one that failed? In other words, we can't have static standards. The bar has to keep going up.
Great. Well, I thank you for that answer. But I'd also, Mr. Chairman, like to enter into the record an op-ed from a neurologist published in the New York Times about his experience with car accident victims and how recent peer-reviewed AV data is too promising not to pursue. I think it's important and would like to enter that in the record.
Without objection.
One of the key reasons I believe Congress must act on autonomous vehicle legislation is because AVs represent a huge part of the future of the U.S. Automotive industry. We need to not only make sure AV technology is developed here, we also need to make sure these vehicles and their sensor suites are manufactured in America as well. Michigan auto workers have led the nation and made the U.S. automotive industry internationally competitive, and I believe they can do the same for autonomous vehicles. Mr. Pena, Waymo currently does import vehicles from China to pair with its software stack. And I'm glad that you're moving away from this partnership. But from your perspective, how can Congress better ensure that AV companies prioritize U.S. manufacturing and union labor when it comes to building the vehicle's hardware of the future? And is this something that aligns with your company's vision of the future?
Senator, we design and build our autonomous driving system right here in America. And as I mentioned before, we use a variety of platforms, and we install an autonomous driving system onto those platforms in our factory in Arizona.
Great. Time is low. Mr. Chairman, could I just ask a question for the record, and I'd appreciate that. Mr. Farah, some of your automotive manufacturing members, including Michigan's own General Motors and Ford, are driving consumer acceptance by introducing consumers to high levels of autonomy in their personal vehicles, including, as you know, hands-free highway driving and more. That includes the goal of introducing level 3, hands-off, eyes-off driving technology for consumers to deploy when they choose. This way, autonomous technologies are delivering safety benefits in personally owned consumer vehicles today. Neither NHTSA nor Congress, though, has established a dedicated regulatory framework for level 3 systems. What do you think are the greatest regulatory gaps today for Congress to fill the level 3 deployment? I can enter that for the record to respond unless you have a quick response.
With the indulgence of the chairman, I would be very glad to elaborate on the response for the record, and certainly level 3 is an important piece of automotive technology, and I didn't want to miss the opportunity to thank you for all of your past efforts on behalf of the AV industry.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We welcome any other responses afterwards as well. Well, I now yield to myself, and appreciate our witnesses being here, appreciate this topic. I think it's fair to say that there's broad agreement that Congress must lead on this. Professor Smith, I'll give you a little asterisk that states can play a role as well, and I think that's a worthy conversation. And I think the real question isn't whether or not we should lead, but how we should lead without sacrificing data privacy, without sacrificing transparency, without sacrificing innovation. And if not careful, the federal government can clamp down on innovation. And with that in mind, I'd kind of like to turn to the data privacy part of this. Dr. Pena, I was in Los Angeles this weekend, and I noticed with some awe the number of your vehicles that I saw. Do you know roughly off the top of your head how many you would have, like in a market like in Los Angeles, how many vehicles?
I don't know, don't have exact number for you, but there's a few hundred vehicles down there.
Yeah, enough that you see them on almost every corner. Do you know per vehicle how many cameras are part of that?
We have, I think, 29 cameras approximately.
29. Are any of those internal?
Oh yeah, we do have cameras internally to help our riders when they need it.
Sure. So if you take 29 cameras and you times it by a couple hundred vehicles, the potential for data collection That was my first impression when I saw that vehicle go by with those cameras, is the amount of data that potentially could be collected is staggering. And so I think my first question for you, and then Mr. Moravi, is like, what internal policies do you currently have for data privacy?
We have strong privacy protections for our riders. We don't share any personally identifiable information. And when we are driving, we collect information to make our Waymo driver better. That is the only purpose of collecting data as we drive through our cities.
So as a former mayor, I would often be approached if somebody had an accident and they wanted to go get the traffic information from our recordings on the lights. Is that a scenario that's possible where law enforcement's going to come to you and say, hey, you were going by this intersection, share with us your recordings of what happened at that intersection?
Senator, we would only comply with a valid legal order. And even at that point, we would review it to ensure that is not too broad. And if we believe it's too broad, we can object as well.
Okay. Mr. Moravi.
Yeah, similar to what Mr. Pena said, we do collect a bit of data. We have only 8 or 9 cameras in our vehicles today. All that data is for our consumers, as I mentioned before, is an opt-in policy, but it is aggregated and anonymized when it comes through to our servers for review. And to your point about whether or not we comply with federal or state authorities for requests for data, actually Tesla has been doing that for almost 15 years now with our vehicles and the recordings that they take both in our event data recorders and our cameras whenever there is a pertinent legal order to do so.
Yeah, and I think that's, I don't want to overstate that point with complying with law enforcement. I think more my point is the vast amount of data, particularly with 29 cameras collecting through a community, and have we really thought through that data and what to do with it? And Mr. Farah, I kind of turn to you as an industry. Is the industry ready for this data privacy question? And are you prepared, or is industry prepared with future legislation to discuss how we deal with data privacy?
Senator Curtis, thank you very much. And I think that Mr. Pena articulated very well what's the industry standard, which is that you would need to get a valid order from a law enforcement agency or court in order to comply with that. And if it was appropriately overbroad, that would be something that the company would certainly evaluate. And I would say that we are very eager to participate as Congress, as this committee takes on future data privacy discussions. We absolutely want to be a part of that process.
Yeah, and I would point out, we've got good actors at the table today, but as industry grows, you'll have people who may not take good care of that data. You may have data breaches. And I just think it's something that's very important for us to consider. We talked just briefly before the hearing about Utah. Utah would love to be a leader on this. We have the Olympics coming. We talked a lot about safety. Could you briefly just discuss traffic congestion and how a state like Utah might use autonomous vehicles to deal with less traffic on the roads and the impact that that could have on a state like Utah?
Absolutely, Senator, and as you know, I'm a huge fan of your state. As I told you, I've been there many times, and I will say that Utah is one of the 26 states that has an AV deployment statute, so you're very well positioned to take advantage of this, including for the upcoming Olympics. In terms of traffic congestion, what we're really trying to do is to give more transportation options. So in many cases, for example, in Salt Lake, this may be an elegant solution for moving people through city centers in a more effective way in some sort of shared use vehicle. And that's something that, on a city-by-city basis, we're trying to give new optionality.
Good. I've used up my time, and I'll yield to our ranking member for her questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Smith, you talked about trust and faith and building that over a period of time. My point is that the information age is delivering a lot of technology change. I'm not sure Boeing understood software as well as they should have understood software. I think here we may not have a NHTSA that understands these challenges either, but we certainly can't dismantle them. And we need to have people, when it comes to AI or privacy, we need people in the federal government who are going to understand the issues. Otherwise, we're not going to do a good job. So I think that's part of building that trust and faith you're talking about, because you're going to continue to repeat issues. Not everything is going to be known. You're still going to, again, there's a difference between a beta program and a large-scale program, and then something else you find out happens. So I'm trying to get to this point because we have these, we have an autopilot issue. I mentioned a constituent of mine, Mr. Nissen, who was run over. He was on a motorcycle, and he was run over by a Tesla car on autopilot that the family is saying did not detect the motorcycle. This isn't like blaming it on the people who were supposed to be in the car, although that is a pretty big debate, that did the term autopilot mean something to the users of Tesla, and then they're responsible. But I think the family in some of these cases, there was a case in Florida where they basically are saying, no, it's still negligence because of the way autopilot was marketed. I'm assuming, Dr. Pena, you like this binding arbitration that your users are under now? That they sign an agreement, and then if something goes wrong,
Yeah, could you describe the
in the
arbitration?
user for Waymo, you basically sign an agreement that basically if there's a dispute about what happened, you now are in a binding arbitration with the manufacturer, with Waymo, over the results of those cases. I'm trying to get to liability here. I'm trying to get to liability. So you approve that now, correct?
Ranking Member Cantwell, that's not my area of expertise. My area is primarily AV safety. But I'd be happy to get back to you.
Okay, my understanding, Professor Smith, that these are just like binding arbitration contracts.
It's very common in industry, yes,
And
unfortunately.
so we are not going to take this common standard in software where I'm downloading a game or some app and now we'll apply it to cars. We're just not going to do that. I'm not going to do that, and I'm not going to allow that to happen. I'm not going to sign a binding arbitration agreement with Waymo and then basically say, I can't sue them. I'm just stuck in binding arbitration. I guarantee you this Congress isn't going to be for that either. The Senate has already taken action, trying to be more aggressive. But where do we go with this issue, of building that trust that you're talking about? And showing, Mr. Farrar just said he doesn't believe in preempting states. That's a good thing. But how do we get this to the point where there is true liability so that people will build products and be accountable for them?
Thank you. And the reality is that we all do sign these agreements every day, agreeing to arbitration. And we don't realize it. We don't realize it matters until we're hurt, until we're the victims. And then we realize that we can't use the courts. And no one else realizes it because arbitration is often secret, and therefore that information is not coming out. So you talked very much about trustworthiness. The companies in this field are necessarily saying to regulators and to the public, trust us. And that needs to come with substance, right? With great power comes great responsibility. So they need to say, here's what we're doing, here's why we believe it's safe, and here's why you can trust us. And then that needs to be interrogated by, as you've described, competent, capable, well-resourced officials. The idea that our automated driving office could fit in a McDonald's or our defects agency could fit in a warehouse is astounding to me for a country of this size and sophistication.
Well, I think not. I think the chairman of this committee berated the then CEO of Boeing, Dave Calhoun, for breaking that trust and faith. I think Kelly Ortberg is trying to reestablish it and to say that, no, it has to be based on good engineering and a constant accountability. But I do think figuring out the federal responsibility so that we can have predictability and certainty, but it has to come with some liability. It just does. And when you look at these instances of NHTSA playing this role in the past, it also had to come with changing a culture. We're trying to change the culture of the FAA right now, but you're going to have to change the culture, when companies just want to go along and just keep promoting airbags that don't work, then that's a problem. You got to get rid of and change the culture. So anyway, I look forward to hearing more about what you think that federal framework looks like. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Today, autonomous vehicles are being deployed on public roads, yet there's no unique safety standard for AVs from the federal regulator, NHTSA. There's no federal framework governing their deployment. There's no accountability or consistency across states. The patchwork of state laws means that driverless AVs can be deployed commercially in states like Texas, Arizona, and California, but they aren't allowed in New York, Massachusetts, and Vermont, where a driver must be present. Or, in the case of California, AV operational data must be turned over to regulators, but not in Florida or Michigan. Mr. Moraby, from Tesla's perspective, what risks does this regulatory gap create, and why is a clear national framework necessary sooner rather than later?
Thank you, Chairman Cruz. Appreciate the opportunity to answer this question. As a original, equipment manufacturer up here of autonomous vehicles, a patchwork of state regulations really presents a lot of uncertainty for us in producing those vehicles. When we talk about FMVSS regulations, it's important that we homogenize them for, purpose-built AVs so that we have certainty and, we have a path forward that is consistent across all 50 states.
Dr. Pena, when incidents occur with AVs, they're highly scrutinized, in part because the technology is so novel and different. Recently, there have been incidents with Waymo involving school buses in Austin and a child in Santa Monica, California. What safeguards has Waymo implemented since the school bus incidents in Austin, and how do you verify that these changes will protect school bus riders moving forward?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We take those incidents very seriously. Safety is our top priority, especially the safety of children and pedestrians. We're evaluating every one of those events and developing fixes to address them. And we have already incorporated many changes to our software to dramatically improve our performance. And we are working with the Austin Independent School District to collect data on different lighting patterns and different conditions. And we're also incorporating those learnings into our system. But we do safely navigate thousands of school bus encounters every single week, and we're continuously learning and improving because our work is safety is never done.
And the report of Waymo striking the child in Santa Monica indicates the AV quickly slowed down from 17 miles per hour to 6 miles per hour. What lessons can be drawn from what occurred, and how might that have been different if a human driver had been driving?
Mr. Chairman, first I'd like to express that we are grateful that the young girl was able to walk away from the scene. And as you state, our analysis indicates that our technology was able to detect the young girl as she emerged from behind a tall SUV, brake hard, reduce speed, and reduce harm. And we performed an analysis as well of how we would compare with an always attentive human driver. And we found that the Waymo driver would have responded faster than our models of an attentive human driver. So in this case, I believe that we mitigated harm.
Question for both Mr. Moraby and Dr. Pena. In your assessment, what are the safety benefits of widespread adoption of AVs? What human lives do we think could be saved?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Cruz. I mean, I think NHTSA has a legacy of safety over the years, and the auto industry has made improvements since the 70s when that was first in place, on the road, getting us down to, as many folks have said, about 40,000 deaths per year. But in the last 20 years, that number has stayed pretty flat. I've been involved in some form of automotive safety over my career for the last 25 years, whether it's crash structures, airbags, seat belts, autonomous driving systems. I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that the next big jump we have in reducing that number from 40,000 to hopefully a day where it's 0 is autonomous driving. Simply put, an autonomous driver, the system and the computer that operates it doesn't sleep, doesn't blink, and doesn't get tired. And those are the real opportunities we have to face against the serious crisis we have on our roads today.
By the way, one just marketing suggestion, I'm not sure I would use the litany from the Terminator to describe your AVs. Dr. Pena. Same question.
I think we have demonstrated our performance today. In over 100 million miles, our data shows that we are 10 times less likely to be involved in a serious injury collision as compared to human drivers in the cities where we operate. And data also shows that we're 12 times less likely to be involved in a pedestrian injury collision in the cities where we operate. So I think we're making a difference already.
All right, final question. There's quite a bit of concern that the advent of AVs with automobiles may jeopardize jobs. At the same time, I think Tesla is demonstrating that AVs can produce an awful lot of high-paying jobs, that there is a strong, positive job story. Share with this committee, how many new jobs has Tesla's automatic driving system already created in Texas, and how many more are projected?
Yeah, thanks, Senator Cruz. As you mentioned, we build all our AVs here in North America and in Texas. We've invested over $2 billion in a purpose-built AV line in Texas that will operate first at 1,200 jobs a shift, and then when fully ramped up to 5,000 jobs. And that doesn't include our supply base, which is also largely here, and the exponential factor that would have perhaps 10 times that many.
Thank you. I've also received outreach from 33 stakeholders who support an autonomous vehicle federal framework, and I ask unanimous consent that these be entered into the record without objection, so ordered. Who's next? Senator Kim.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to all of you for coming out for this really important conversation. Before I even came into Congress, I spent years and years working on cybersecurity, national security related issues. So as we're talking through safety and control, I guess I just wanted to get a sense from you just where we're at when it comes to the capacity to protect ourselves from cybersecurity attacks, as we are worried about the growing number of devices that we have that are connected to the internet. I have to say at the top of the list, I do have concerns just about autonomous vehicles, and I wanted to just get a sense from you what's true and what's not. So maybe, Dr. Pena, maybe we can just start with you. Just what levels of concern have you had, and what steps are you all taking to try to prevent the ability for someone else to be able to access data, as well as take control of controls and features of the vehicles?
Yeah, cybersecurity is a very important part of our safety framework. It is something that we take very seriously, and we take a number of measures to identify vulnerabilities, perform risk assessments, and then mitigate those vulnerabilities. One example is by design, our safety critical systems in the vehicle are protected from external connections. So you cannot actually hack into it, connect to it, and drive it remotely. And so we do design, we do testing. So we do a pretty extensive evaluation of cybersecurity and mitigations.
So with your company and with your fleet, have you had any instances where someone was able to access data or features or control of any of the vehicles?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Dr. Moravi, I guess I wanted to ask you just similar questions. Just, how are you able to protect your consumers, your drivers from cyber attacks, and have you had any instances of cyber attacks upon vehicles that were able to access data, features, or gain control?
Yeah, thanks, Senator Kim, for the question. I guess I'll quote our CEO here from over 10 years ago when we started on this endeavor. He said one of his biggest fears was the possibility that someone could do, as you described, take over an autonomous vehicle and do something nefarious. Since that day, we've been committed to making sure that never happens. We have many layers of security within our system, and similar to what Dr. Pena said, our driving controls, go, stop, steer, are in a core embedded central layer that cannot be accessed from outside the vehicle. In addition, our security protocols ensure that no firmware can be downloaded to the vehicle without what is the modern-day equivalent of a two-man rule. In order to sign such a firmware, two people have to sign it off with individual keys to make sure that that encrypted firmware can be uploaded to that vehicle safely. And to answer your question very bluntly about has anyone ever been able to take over control of our vehicles, the answer is quite simply no. And to make sure that that happens, we actively participate in hacking events, paying people to try to get into our vehicles. And we are the only automotive manufacturer that does that.
Yeah, Mr. Farah, just from an industry side, I think we all are in agreement here. We want to make sure that answer continues to be no in terms of ability to be able to access. Just what are you seeing in terms of across the industry, as well as what we should be thinking about here in terms of setting standards to be able to ensure that we can look the American people in the eye and say, you know, this is not a scenario that can happen. You don't have to worry about this.
Senator Kim, I appreciate the question, and I think what Mr. Pena described is very much industry standard. There's a thought of this as being a closed universe that the company controls, and that is a natural way of keeping out certain cybersecurity intrusions. I'll also just note here that from our perspective, we want Americans to understand that these vehicles are safe. We want Americans to trust these vehicles and understand that this is a huge priority of each of the companies that are there. If we don't have that trust, the technology doesn't get developed and it doesn't get deployed. And that's obviously not something that we want to see. And so there's a massive incentive on the part of the companies to do everything they can to address cybersecurity intrusions. And that's, I think, why we have the track record that we do.
Yeah. Dr. Pena, one last quick question for you on a different topic. You know, I'm from New Jersey, very densely populated area. Just as I'm talking to people in my state, how do you explain a deployment to a densely populated area? What types of markers, what types of metrics you need before you can say, you know, this is safe now to deploy in these different areas?
Yeah, before we enter any market, we do an extensive evaluation and test of the different driving features, different road types. We do analysis simulations, and we also perform testing with our vehicles, with what we call autonomous driving specialists behind the wheel, prior to us removing the human driver. So we take our time, we do it very methodically, and we have a very strong safety framework. And all of that, those arguments, that evidence needs to be presented to a safety board, in which I'm a part of. And we approve that deployment with the sufficient evidence that the system's been demonstrated to perform safely in that city.
Okay. Thank you so much, and are you back, Chairman?
Thank you. Senator Moreno.
Mr. Moravi, if a Tesla robotaxi is in an accident and there is a question about liability, it turns out that it was a software error, it's possible hardware error, who would accept the liability?
Thanks for the question, Senator Moreno. Of course, if in the unlikely event that a software error occurred in our autonomous driving system, we would take liability for that event, much in the same way that a driver takes liability in our current legal system if they make an error.
Right, so it'd be no different. Dr. Pena, how about at Waymo?
Likewise.
So you would take that liability, and you wouldn't look to skirt the types of protections that we have now, which is obviously some sort of terms and conditions that nobody reads that's 17 pages long that you just hit accept. In other words, a driver does not have binding arbitration against somebody that they hit. So you would not be in favor of that, correct?
Senator, that's, again, not my area of expertise, so I would have to discuss with my team, and I can get back to you.
Okay. I mean, that's not a great answer. Are you familiar with that 7 years ago, President Trump issued a national emergency around foreign adversaries accessing our critical infrastructure and put in place something that we call the connected vehicle rule? Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And Mr. Moravi, are you familiar with that as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're fully, Mr. Moravi, are you in favor of the connected vehicle rule? Do you think that was good policy?
I think any policy that regulates and promotes U.S. security and manufacturing is a good policy.
And how much of your vehicle, again, for the record, is made in America?
Over 95% of our vehicles made with North American parts. All of our cars are made in the U.S. that are sold in the U.S., and we're working toward making that 100%.
So you get to the point soon with these robotaxis that 100% U.S. content.
That's correct.
So the connected vehicle rule would have no impact on you whatsoever because obviously all of the telecommunications infrastructure connections would be U.S. based, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Dr. Pena, how about you?
Our autonomous driving system is designed and built in the U.S., and we installed onto several different platforms. We are in support of the connected vehicle rule.
But how is that possible given that you said in your testimony that we're locked in a race with China, but it seems like you're getting in bed with China. The cars that you're looking to bring into the United States are Chinese automobiles owned by Chinese auto companies, are they not?
We use a variety of platforms. They are
Right now, you use a Jaguar that's made in Graz, Austria, and the car that you're looking at doing is a car by a subsidiary of Geely, which is a Chinese company. Is that not accurate?
Yes, and we,
So then how would advancing the U.S. interest over China be met by having a company allow Chinese-made automobiles to enter the U.S. market, which are currently not allowed to enter the market? It seems like a very backdoor way of bypassing the connected vehicle rule.
those Chinese vehicles, the Geely vehicles, have no smarts, no connectivity. What we do is we install our autonomous driving system right here in America, and we don't share any information whatsoever. And so I feel that having a stable auto supply is actually enable us to scale more quickly and more efficiently, which is in fact helping us retain our lead over China and even extend it.
So giving a natural market to a Chinese company to ship us cars is making us better and creating more jobs for Americans. That's completely ridiculous. Let me ask you another question. When you operate in the cities that you do, what's the price difference between Waymo and Uber? Like if I were to go on and pick an Uber and then I go and pick a Waymo, what's the price difference?
Senator, it really varies.
More or less.
By market.
1%, 100%?
It varies so much that I probably can't give you an accurate answer.
Well, I'll give you the answer. It's almost exactly identical. So what you're really doing is really taking the labor cost out of your business model. So let's just be clear. Which is, by the way, I'm a capitalist, and we need to frame this and say, look, we figured out a way to save a ton of money, which is to get rid of the human driver in the vehicle so we could make more profit. But let me ask you another question. You're owned by Google, correct?
Alphabet is our parent company, amongst others.
Are you going to be using disaggregated data to target advertising towards your users?
No, that's not our plan.
That's not your plan. So that would not be any kind of situation where you'd serve up different ads. People could use the service and then get that data to allow them to target ads towards
Yeah.
your users?
That's not the plan.
Is that plan subject to change?
I'm not privy to that.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm out of time.
You, Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Many of you may be aware of some legislation that I was proud to work on years ago with some of my Republican colleagues. And we got together and we came up with some legislation that would require technology in vehicles that would prevent drunk driving deaths. I remind my colleagues that when I was in my early 20s, I was hit on by a drunk driver. Thank God I'm here today. As many as 10,000 people, 11,000, 12,000 people lose their lives every year because of this. Now, one of the questions that I have in this particular space is around the many types of anti-drunk driving technology that already exists. There's even a recent announcement from a company that will provide a Japanese OEM with a driver monitoring system that includes alcohol impairment detection. The current NHTSA administrator, Jonathan Morrison, recently warned, quote, "There's a very major difference between an advanced driver assistance system and an automated driving system. The system you can buy in your vehicle today, with very rare exception, is a driver assist system. If you have an extra cocktail or two and you get behind the wheel and put it in, quote, hands-free mode, you're a drunk driver. I want you to be pulled over and I want you to be removed from the road." That's what Jonathan Morrison, the current NHTSA director, recently said. Mr. Smith, can you explain why self-driving features in cars requires a person to be alert and able to safely take over the vehicle's operations?
Thank you, Senator, for the question, but particularly for your work on the Halt Drunk Driving Act. That is incredible to be able to do something that will eventually save tens of thousands of lives every single year. And what you're describing is the fact that we have technologies that can do that. We have technologies that can drive a vehicle. Some of the same ones and other ones are able to detect if a human is actually capable of safely driving the vehicle. And as you point out, certain applications of driving automation envision that a human might still be able to or even need to drive for a portion of the trip. Not the kind of robo-taxis that we might talk about, but features on production vehicles often. And as part of the safe design of the system, the manufacturer needs to know that when the system says, hey, human, drive, that the human is in a position to do so, that they're not sleeping, that they're not drunk, that they're able to re-engage. And so a lot of that is the ability to understand directly or indirectly if a human is able to drive.
Mr. Moravi, what technology does Tesla leverage to ensure that a driver is alert? In other words, not impaired, drunk, distracted, or fatigued, and ready to take over the vehicle at a moment's notice? For your self-driving or autopilot technology to work correctly, isn't it necessary to determine that the driver can safely take over the vehicle?
Thank you, Senator Lujan. Currently, for our full self-driving supervised system that is deployed in our consumer products, it is an L2 system, to your point, and it requires driver supervision. In those vehicles, we use a variety of detections to ensure that the driver is attentive, including eye monitoring, hands-on detection, and other bits of information to ensure that they're being attentive.
So when NHTSA completes its rule and sets standards to passively detect drunk or impaired driving with the HALT Act, do you believe Tesla will be able to implement this technology in the near future?
Senator Lujan, we have a good relationship with NHTSA, and we work closely with them on all regulations and abide by them. And should they pass a new regulation to the description that you just mentioned, we would gladly ensure that we comply with it.
Appreciate it. Dr. Pena, do you support implementation of the HALT Drunk Driving Act? And how can your company help advance this life-saving initiative?
This is, one of my goals as well, to eliminate impaired driving. And so we support it. And this is one of the benefits of our vehicle. We never drive drunk, never distracted.
Dr. Pena, your systems, you're a systems engineer by trade, correct?
Yes, I am.
Can you explain the role of redundant systems in safety-critical systems?
Oh, absolutely. Having redundancy allows you to have higher reliability and higher levels of safety. You always have to plan for the unexpected. So if some of your systems malfunction, you want a backup system to be able to come into play and allow you to continue to travel safely.
One of those tools is sensor fusion, if I'm not mistaken, and I'd ask if we could just get that entered into the record and we'll get the definition. As my time expires here, Mr. Moravi, can you explain to me why Tesla has decided to limit redundancy for its sensing systems by removing radar and relying solely on cameras?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Lujan. Just a quick answer here. Our human roads are designed to be operated by pure vision, and I reject the notion that we don't have redundancy. We have 9 cameras, and each of them is independently wired to our central control. So in that sense, we have redundancy across the vision system that you mentioned.
Well, I mean, would you say that when Elon Musk, your CEO, that LiDAR and radar reduce safety due to sensor, you agree with that?
Senator Lujan,
You don't want to answer, you don't have to, because I don't want to compromise you with whatever your next endeavor is.
we believe strongly that we can solve all of the self-driving needs with vision alone.
All right, well, Mr. Chairman, I know that when we talk about these self-driving things, there seems to be unanimous agreement, Democrats, Republicans, everyone involved, that LiDAR, cameras, all of this stuff works to keep everybody safe. And so I'm hoping we can get drilling more. One question that I didn't have time to ask today, Mr. Chairman, is as we talk about all of these rules around self-driving cars, before you can get to full self-driving, Congress has to take action. Mr. Moravi, will you commit that Tesla, I don't want to call them salespeople, but the people that are at your facilities where people go pick up the cars that they order, to stop telling people that are purchasing Teslas that they can order a little hand weight from Amazon to trick the vehicle? Will you commit to sending an order out and saying, please stop that? Or not please, but demand that it stops?
Senator Lujan,
If you don't know what's going on, I can tell you, and if you want to see a video, I'll show you one.
yeah, Senator Lujan, I'm not aware of the specific instances you have, but we do inform our staff to educate our customers on the features of full self-driving supervised and the functionality during all sales events.
Mr. Chairman, I'll follow up with you on this one. I think we can get this one done. You don't have to do something publicly, but to teach people how to trick the rules, to put a little weight, and if you do a search on Amazon, you can get one right now. They're like $10. You strap the sucker on the wheel, and then it tricks the vehicle like your hands are on it. Tell them to stop doing that. And I just hope that we can work on that one, Mr. Chairman. It doesn't have to be a big thing, just tell them to stop it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These kinds of hearings, I think, are fascinating because I try to bring the perspective of the folks back home and what they really want to understand, because this is emerging, it's not going away. I think Missouri is kind of going through its own process right now of figuring out what sort of rules of the road, for lack of a better term, that they want to have in place. And one of the things that I think is most exciting about it, and I know that we have some advocates here, is the opportunities that it provides for individuals with disabilities to get more places and have that kind of connectivity that in many ways they don't have right now, or it's much more challenging for them. So I think there's a lot of opportunity, but I suppose the nature of the questions I get from back home, which I want to pose to you guys now, is related to safety. As you can kind of tell, there's obviously, it's a new technology. People, they have concerns or questions, I guess is a better way to put it. Mr. Uravi, in your testimony, you make the argument that Tesla's full self-driving, the FSD supervised system, already performs significantly better than the U.S. average, driving 5.1 million miles before a major collision. What, in that analysis or that study or that data, what sort of independent validation do you guys rely on for those results?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Schmidt. So, you know, we publish all of our data regarding vehicle safety in particular, and yearly in a safety report and our impact report, and online on our safety page to show the number of miles we've driven and the incidents that have occurred. And we regularly meet with our regulators, such as NHTSA, to review incidents that do occur.
Okay. Dr. Pena, I want to ask you, there was in December of 2025, pretty recently, there was a power outage in San Francisco. I'm sure you're well aware of this, where traffic lights went down and the vehicles, your vehicles there were just sort of frozen. What changes are you making to the software that you guys use that would, and the decision-making logic to ensure that those kinds of situations like dark signals or whatever, not a problem? Because this is the kind of stuff that people they get concerned about, right?
Yeah, it was a widespread power outage with many traffic lights, as you said, disabled. And I think it was the sheer number of traffic lights that created a challenge for us in terms of delays in traversing intersections. In a way, we had tuned the system to be very conservative. And what we're doing is we are updating our software, we already done it, to provide more context about a regional power outage so that we can more confidently traverse those lights. And we're also, you know, updating our incident procedures and, you know, working with law enforcement to ensure that we're communicating, that we're collaborating.
Okay. Mr. Moravi, I want to ask you, from your perspective, and I think that when we talk about so many things that are happening in this country, bringing back manufacturing in this country, not relying on other places for the things that we need that are critical, whether it's iPhones or F-15s, and certainly the auto industry in this country has been the gold standard for a very, very long time. From your perspective, what's at stake in this competition with China for autonomous vehicles? And what happens if we lose?
Yeah. Thanks, Senator Schmidt. You know, as you mentioned, Tesla is committed to U.S. manufacturing, and we have been for many, many years. You know, we are in a sort of precipice in a competition with China to develop, you know, autonomous vehicles. And I think we have the leaders here in the world today that are actually making the best autonomous vehicles that are on the market. We need to maintain that leadership in order to really, hopefully, transition autonomous vehicles into a state where the FAA has with Boeing and become the gold standard of the future of aviation, you know, some 70, 80 years ago. If we take that same leadership now and we put forth, you know, an AV framework that Congress instructs NHTSA to enact, we will have that leadership where, you know, the best American companies will make the most AVs for the world to follow.
And to put a finer point on it, it matters not just for here, but you see what China does worldwide with their EVs, right? They effectively subsidize them, they dump them in a market, they take over a whole continent because they wipe out an entire industry, and then all you're left with are Chinese EVs. If you think about the data that can be gathered from having AVs all around the world as sort of roving sensors for our chief adversary, I think that that is a sort of an underrated aspect of this competition. Then finally, with the 4 seconds I have remaining, I just want to ask, between you guys, if you want to weigh in, we're talking about this federal framework, you've got all this kind of patchwork of the states, but how should the federal framework account for local differences? I mean, there are going to be differences, and what are those, how do you minimize it? What's important? How do you guys see it?
Senator Schmidt, I'll just briefly say this is an opportunity for federalism. We have states that are passing AV deployment statutes. They need to be involved in all this. At the same time, the federal government needs to step up with regard to vehicle design, vehicle construction, and vehicle performance. There's an opportunity for both states and the federal government to be involved together to make sure that we are winning this race.
Thank you, and I will say the last point Senator Schmidt raised about the dangers of Chinese surveillance in EVs and Chinese manufactured cars are very real concerns, and one that I think all of us need to take very seriously. Senator Markey.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start with a little-known fact about autonomous vehicles. When an AV, such as a Waymo, encounters a situation on the road that it doesn't know how to handle, the Waymo phones a human friend for help. The autonomous vehicle communities then communicate with a so-called remote assistance operator, human being, who is located remotely and guides the self-driving car through the difficult driving environment. And despite the crucial role these operators play in autonomous vehicle safety, the public knows almost nothing about those people, those human beings. And that is why yesterday I opened an investigation into all of the major autonomous vehicle companies demanding answers about their remote assistance operators. Mr. Pena, let's learn more about Waymo's remote assistance operation. I understand that Waymo calls these people live agents and rider agents, these human beings. Yes or no, does Waymo employ humans located remotely to help its vehicles navigate difficult driving scenarios?
Senator, they provide guidance. They do not remotely drive the vehicles. As you stated, Waymo asks for guidance in certain situations and gets an input, but the Waymo vehicle is always in charge of the dynamic driving task. So that is just one additional inputs.
But the human being helps the vehicle to navigate those difficult driving scenarios. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So are all of these human operators located in the United States? Are they all here?
No, we have some in the U.S. and some abroad.
So how does that break down? What % are abroad?
Senator, I don't have that number for you. We can get back to you.
Is it a majority are abroad?
I just don't have that number.
Well, that's very curious that someone who's running the program has no idea how that workforce breaks down. It just seems kind of curious that you don't know that answer. But are some of these operators located outside the United States?
Yeah, some are located abroad.
Yeah, and so for me, that's fairly shocking. Waymo has critical safety employees who may need to intervene in a split second if a Waymo encounters an unknown dangerous situation located in the United States, but they are outside the United States. In what countries are these employees located?
The Philippines.
Jimmy?
The Philippines.
So they are in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Mr. Pena, that is completely unacceptable. And here's why. Having people overseas influencing American vehicles is a safety issue. The information the operators receive could be out of date. It could introduce tremendous cybersecurity vulnerabilities. We don't know if these people have U.S. driver's licenses. And let's not forget, Waymo is trying to replace the jobs of hardworking taxi and rideshare drivers. And now you're saying that of the human beings, the human jobs that remain in the system, you're shipping those jobs overseas. It's one thing when a taxi is replaced by an Uber or a Lyft. It's another thing when the jobs just go completely overseas, which is what we're talking about. Because no one likes a backseat driver, but a transatlantic backseat driver is downright dangerous in our country. Now, I want to turn to another autonomous vehicle issue. When designing an autonomous or partially autonomous vehicle, engineers define where and when the system is safe to drive. This operational limit is known as the operational design domain. Virtually every automaker, with one notable exception, restricts their driving systems to these domains. Mr. Pena, yes or no, does Waymo restrict its vehicles to safe, pre-mapped operational design domains?
Senator, we do. We have a very well-defined operational design domain, different road types, weather, different conditions. And so we ensure that our vehicles are capable.
No, that's good.
performing
Thank
there.
you. So just to be clear, Waymo vehicles include technological safeguards to prevent them from operating on certain roads. Yes. Let's turn to Tesla. Mr. Moravi, yes or no, does Tesla restrict its partially autonomous driving systems such as full self-drive and autopilot to safe pre-mapped operational design domains?
Senator Markey, our driver's assistance system that you mentioned, full self-driving supervised in our vehicles, can be operated on a generalized solution in all public roads. On the other hand, our fully autonomous solution that is in operation in Austin is geofenced and mapped to limited area.
So what Tesla is doing, unlike Waymo, Teslas do not have technology that prevents drivers from triggering the full self-drive and autopilot in unsafe conditions. So from my perspective, that's outrageous because autopilot and full self-drive have already been involved in dozens of deaths because, in part, Tesla drivers can enable these driving systems on any road under any conditions. And by failing to follow the best practices of every other AV company, Tesla is putting American lives at risk. And that is unconscionable. And it's why in December I introduced the Stay in Your Lane Act, which requires automakers to define where and when their driving systems are safe and restrict the driving systems to those conditions only. Tesla does not do that. Tesla's vehicles say full self-drive, but really they are only partial full self-drive. For the driver, that's very misleading to call something full self-drive when you cannot, in fact, meaningfully use that technology without increasing the danger. We need to ensure that they are supervised by human drivers when they are using full self-drive. So that's my message to Tesla. You got to do that. Other companies do it. You have to do it as well, or else we're going to continue to see recurrence of these accidents on the streets of our country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Lummis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Among the things that have come up as I've listened in this hearing is the human factor behind the wheel. So, Mr. Moravi, you've spent your career involved in designing systems for automobiles, both with drivers and without drivers. Am I correct?
Yes, Senator, that's correct.
Could you tell me what things that you've worked on designing over your career have reduced deaths in automobiles, in passenger automobiles?
Yes, Senator, the list is quite long, so I'll try not to belabor everyone here. But I've worked on systems related to crash safety, occupant restraints, autonomous driving systems, driver's assistance systems, automatic emergency braking, and all of them have had some impact on saving lives.
But then didn't it drop to a point where it kind of plateaued?
Yeah, if you follow the number of deaths on American roads, we've made great strides as an industry since the 70s up until about 2005, where we've sort of leveled off between 35 and 40,000 deaths a year. And it's really tragic, to be honest. It's like, as a safety engineer, it's like hard to not see that number go down. And my team and I, we work every day to try and figure out ways to reduce it.
And what made it plateau?
Well, Senator, there are a number of causes, I'm sure, in any data set, but in the early 2000s, there have been a number of studies that point to the advent of the smartphone and the amount of distraction that that causes within a driving scenario that have made it difficult for safety engineers like ourselves to further reduce that number.
So texting and driving. So it sounds to me like efforts have been made to help humans not kill themselves in cars, but it reached a plateau because texting and driving and distracted driving is something that you can't correct for in a way that continues the decline of automobile deaths. Am I correct?
I think that's a fair assessment, Senator Loomis.
Well, so one of the things that makes me excited about autonomous vehicles is it does provide another leap in our ability to prevent human error in automobile deaths. Am I correct?
I would say that I believe it is the next giant step we can take as an industry.
So here's why I think it's so important that we work with NHTSA, that we have some national standards for autonomous vehicles. I think everybody here in this room, unless you're really young, knows somebody who was driving drunk and died, who fell asleep at the wheel and died, who slipped on black ice because they were driving too fast and died, who were texting and got in an accident. These are so common in my state of Wyoming, where we're driving long distances alone. I was once asked what is the most important factor for running for political office in Wyoming, and I've always said it's the ability to drive long distances alone without falling asleep. Because we're campaigning one day in Meeteetse and the next day in Rock Springs and the next day in Cody and the next day in Cheyenne. And so you're driving because it's retail politics. You have to get around. And I am so excited about autonomous vehicles for a couple reasons. I have 3 grandsons. They're all under the age 7. Autonomous vehicles provides an avenue for them to get home at night when they have exercised poor judgment as human beings. And I hope they don't exercise poor judgment, but they're boys, and they might. It also protects people who have driven and fallen asleep in Wyoming because they're pushing themselves too far. And this texting and driving thing is not something that plagues me, but it terrifies us as parents. So the last thing that makes me excited is I'm quickly entering the era when I might be a little old lady who wants the freedom to still be able to drive when maybe she should not. And I just want a button in a car that if I don't know where I am, or I'm not as sharp as I was behind the wheel, that I can push a button in the car that says grocery store and another button that says home, take me home. And the freedom that will give elderly people is such a comfort to me as I become an elderly people. And Mr. Chairman, the work you're doing on this, I join you in being excited about it. You know, I got to ride in a Waymo out in San Francisco. And there were 2 interesting things to me. One is how safe I felt. The other was when we pulled into their yard, how many jobs there were for people that were working on the cars. They're different jobs in the same industry. And what Tesla's talking about doing with automobiles where all the parts are made in America, and they're using like U.S. lithium and other raw materials to make these cars, that's transformative, that's game changer for personal passenger vehicles. So I just want to compliment the people that are testifying today. I think that the opportunities provided for human safety are unparalleled, and that the jobs that will be created within the same industry are a little different than the jobs that we have today in that industry, but they're jobs nonetheless, and they're going to be good jobs. So I'm excited about this technology. I can't wait, because if I ever get dementia, man, I want that little take me home button on a car. It's freedom for old people, and it's safety for young people. And so I want to thank you all for what you're doing to advance the opportunity for those of us who want to get home safely. And Mr. Chairman, count me in on your efforts to create a federal standard below which you cannot fall, but that has the criteria NHTSA needs to move forward and help this industry embed and grow in the United States. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, and I will say, at least for the next year, you're in a good place for dementia. You're in the U.S. Senate. I also want to encourage people to listen to Senator Lummis's excellent description of being a parent or a grandparent and concern for the safety of young people. And I think you're exactly right that AVs are a total game changer. I say this as the father of 2 teenage girls. I am very concerned. I will not let my daughters go in an Uber. In my hometown of Houston, 4 Uber drivers were just indicted for sexually assaulting teenage girls in their car. And I am thrilled for the day that I can send an AV to take my girls where they need to go, and I don't have to worry about a man in the front seat who might do something violent. And I think there's a lot of parents who share exactly the concern that I have, and I think that's an enormous safety improvement as well. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too am excited about the future of autonomous vehicles, especially for those in the disability community. Unfortunately, we as a nation have become collectively numb to the tens of thousands of lives lost on our roads every year. But the federal government and the automotive industry's shared failure to significantly reduce traffic fatalities must never be weaponized as an excuse to rush out AV designs that are merely as deadly or perhaps slightly less deadly than the status quo. So let's not kid ourselves. While self-driving technology is exciting, it has a long way to go, and our regulatory system is even further behind. And so I want to bring the panel's focus to where self-driving cars have been massively hyped but inadequately prioritized, helping Americans with disabilities lead more independent lives. Senator Lummis touched on this a little bit. Everybody hopefully will live long enough to develop disabilities. But I got to tell you, I'm somewhat skeptical because no matter how much lip service is paid to accessibility by so-called autonomous driving technology companies, the reality is that all of you are dependent on traditional OEMs. Let's be real, the auto industry has not exactly been a proactive leader in designing, building, and testing vehicles that embrace universal design principles as a default. They treat it as a luxury. Wheelchair users often pay nearly double the price of the vehicle because of necessary aftermarket modifications. Mr. Moravi, I understand that Tesla offers no model that is wheelchair accessible right out of the factory. Is that correct?
First of all,
yes or no?
Ms. Duckworth, I'd just like to thank you for your service. Like, I know you bring up the point of accessibility, which is extremely important to us at Tesla. If I may, certain regulations that are adopted by NHTSA in order for us to produce our vehicles somewhat limit the ability for us to provide accessible vehicles. And I think we're here today to talk about.
So you don't have a single vehicle right now that is wheelchair accessible out of the factory?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So given your broad ambitions, indeed existential necessity, when you consider how much of Tesla's valuation is tied to future promises of widespread full self-driving, I am deeply disappointed that not only does Tesla not provide a wheelchair accessible model, but the leading aftermarket conversion company, Braun Ability, does not even list Tesla among its common conversion platforms. So for example, I have a Toyota minivan but I could actually purchase an accessible wheelchair platform from the factory when I purchased my car, actually when the VA purchased my car. Mr. Moravi, is Tesla currently working with Braun Ability or any other mobility modifier to develop a specific common conversion platform for electric vehicles?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Duckworth. I will say we've had conversations in the past with companies you mentioned about converting many of our vehicles to fully accessible. I cannot speak for the decisions of those companies in terms of their financial goals or benefits and what they choose to adopt, but we are committed to, with our future products and our robotaxis, provide accessible transportation to everyone.
Okay, Dr. Pena, while Waymo appears to be far ahead of Tesla when it comes to actually deploying a limited robo-taxi service, at least when it comes to wheelchair users, I'm afraid that Waymo doesn't seem that far ahead of your competitors sitting next to you. What percentage of Waymo's current fleet is wheelchair accessible?
We do provide a wheelchair accessible option. It is not fully autonomous, but I don't have a percentage for you, but we can get back to you with the specific number.
Okay. How many of those wheelchair accessible Waymo rides can be used by a passenger in a wheelchair without human assistance?
Currently, we don't have
So none.
a fully autonomous service.
Okay. As you know, beginning in 2020, the Department of Transportation began an inclusive design challenge to spur the invention of innovative design solutions, and Waymo was a semifinalist in that competition, so congratulations on that. As a member of the Secure Ride Coalition, I trust that Waymo is actively seeking to incorporate automated wheelchair securement systems to its fleet so that you can actually get to that fully autonomous option in the future.
And we're not a vehicle manufacturer, so we're looking for an OEM who's able to meet our requirements to have a safe wheelchair accessibility fully autonomously, but it has to meet our safety requirements first.
So what time frame is that? If you're looking for somebody now, I mean, by what date would a wheelchair user be able to request a Waymo ride featuring a universal securement system, such as the automated wheelchair tie-down and occupant restraint system that was designed by researchers at University of Michigan?
Senator, I don't have a timeline for you. We have not found an OEM that provides a vehicle that would meet our safety requirements yet.
Okay.
So I don't have a specific timeline for you.
This is my point. Yes, we need to prioritize making sure AV, autonomous vehicles, move forward. I fully support it. But I need to make sure that as you're moving forward, that there are options available for people with disabilities, and that whatever for example, wheelchair securement standard is applied across personal vehicles, public transit, rails, and airplane. And I think this happens during the development phase. As you're looking for an OEM, you need to find the most effective and efficient system, cost-effective, but also we need to try to make it more universal. Will Waymo commit to working with other developers in this space, including the team at Purdue University and Braun Ability? I'm hyping Indiana here to my colleague down the other end of the dais. They've developed life-size operational demonstration platforms known as the Easy Rider, who need more support to bring these products to market.
We definitely would like to explore those partnerships.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that I want to emphasize how important this function is for persons with disabilities, but it is also an opportunity for profitability for each and every one of you. As my colleague from Wyoming mentioned, baby boomers are aging. They have a car culture from the time they were teenagers. They want their cars. They want to keep their cars well beyond the time when they can personally drive them. So the demand is going to be there. We just need to make sure that we can meet that demand in a safe way and that we do it in a way that also allows those same baby boomers who are going to develop disabilities access to these vehicles, whether it's somebody who is vision impaired, whether it's somebody who is hearing impaired, cognitively impaired, whether it's in a wheelchair. This is a market that has spending power, and I urge you to keep them in mind as you move forward with your developments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Young.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. I share the excitement and enthusiasm that many of my colleagues do for autonomous vehicles and their potential deployment. I visited with a number of you and so many other stakeholders really over recent years, and consistently tried to elicit from you what regulatory constraints there are to safely deploying different technologies that are already available, highly vetted, and seem very sophisticated, and then to learn how surface transportation reauthorization, which is coming up here in Congress, could serve as a vehicle to address these sorts of regulatory roadblocks. I continue, and I know, as does the chairman of the committee, I continue to have this desire to work with you on this, and I think it's essential that we seize this moment of opportunity. I'll be chairing for the remainder of the year the Surface Transportation Subcommittee, and this reauthorization is something that's very important to me. And I think it's our one opportunity for this Congress to make some serious headway for the benefits of safety, mobility, and economic benefits that have been highlighted here. Mr. Farah, if you could just very quickly once again summarize what you believe are the components we should be focusing on as part of a federal framework to deploy AVs so that we can enjoy all of these value propositions.
Senator Young, I'd be glad to. I'll give you just a few items. I would say, first of all, we need to make sure that Congress is directing the Department of Transportation to require a safety case and also to establish certain driving competencies. Second, we need to create a national AV safety data repository that allows for incident data to be housed at NHTSA and shared out with state regulatory partners. And then third, but certainly not finally, we need to evolve some of the standards that apply to human-driven vehicles. A lot of the accessibility challenges that Senator Duckworth was talking about, these are ones because we are trying to adapt to rules and regulations that were written when it was only contemplated that a human would be the one driving the vehicle. That's no longer the case. Now an autonomous vehicle can do the driving. We need to evolve a lot of those standards.
Fantastic. And because of the different design of our autonomous vehicles, there'll probably be a whole lot of solutions to that problem set of how you can accommodate someone in a wheelchair, right? So we need to, if not loosen up the regulations, fundamentally rework them to accommodate this new era. Is that accurate?
We can have safety, but also innovation at the same time. We can have a situation where vehicles can look fundamentally different. When we all get into our cars and drive home today, look around you. The things around you, they're placed there by and large because you're a human. You're the one that's driving the vehicle. When that's not the case, you would design the vehicles in a better way. You can make them more accessible.
Dr. Pena, thank you for our recent visit. I'd like to sort of pull on a thread that was mentioned by Mr. Farah, which is the safety case. You've indicated this is the backbone of your operations at Waymo. What does this safety case look like in practice, and how does this framework allow you to identify and mitigate risks in real time before they ever manifest in the real world?
Thank you, Senator. The safety case is really an aggregation, a combination of the assessment that is done to ensure that the system is safe to deploy. That includes analysis, tests, simulation, and is put together in a logical argumentation that determines safety with evidence. So you have to show evidence that backs it up.
Well, very good, very good. And we think that if we can get the regulatory atmosphere right, again, that we'll have immeasurable safety benefits to consumers. In my very limited time, I have not yet heard a lot of emphasis on the economic case, which is also pretty compelling. Our need to stay ahead of not just the innovation curve, but also the deployment curve in this country so that we'll continue to have the right incentives so that our workers and our industry can benefit from the economics of this. What are the economic benefits, Mr. Moravi, I'll ask you, to the United States that we'll see if we can establish the right regulatory framework, and what happens if China wins this competition?
Yeah. Thank you, Senator Young. I appreciate the question. You know, as I mentioned before, but I'll say it again, you know, Tesla is committed to building all of the vehicles we sell in the U.S. And, you know, our factories in Texas that are already ready to deploy purpose-built AVs offer the opportunity of up to 5,000 jobs locally, plus an extension into the supply base that could be 10 times that. In addition, there's as some of the other senators mentioned, there's an opportunity here to create a better quality of life for those workers. As we shift the industry from a disparate, driver industry where they spend many hours away from the home to a much more localized solution where they can work in factories at high-paying, highly skilled jobs, or in other areas of the business such as service and operations.
Mr. Farah, do you have anything to add about the economic benefits to the United States generally, and paint a brief picture of what happens if our chief national security adversary wins this economic competition?
Senator, I'll briefly state that what's really special about job creation in the AV sector is that you get all of the jobs involved in building vehicles, but then you get all these other additive jobs involved in the technology development, involved in the servicing, involved in the fleet management, and so on and so forth. So this is really an economic boon to the United States.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Chairman Cruz. Appreciate you and all the witnesses for being here, for testifying today, and for the work that you're doing. Nevada's been at the forefront of autonomous vehicle testing and deployment, I'm proud to say, and I'm proud also to say our state is really helping to pave that way for this technology. AVs offer enormous potential to improve safety, reduce congestion, expand mobility for seniors and people with disabilities. I want to associate myself with Senator Duckworth's remarks. This is going to be critical for the future incorporation of AVs into all of our lives as we go from being, a young person into hopefully we all live to 105, right? But that promise of this is going to depend on robust safety standards. So Nevada allows fully driverless operations in certain limited areas, and autonomous vehicle companies have been operating my hometown for some time, and we're also hopeful that Waymo's autonomous ride-hailing service will begin in Las Vegas this summer after phased testing and local approvals, bringing another major player into our AV's ecosystem. So, Mr. Pena, you've been talking about the data sets and all the things that you've been learning. So can you describe how the safety data that has emerged from what you've been doing, your test beds, your deployments so far, how does that data inform your approach to remote intervention protocols? Because we think about when something happens, you mentioned a multitude of stoplights going out maybe an emergency, a flood, a hurricane, whatever that is. And so could you talk about how that's informing your remote intervention protocols?
Yes, Senator. We evaluate our system very thoroughly and methodically before we go into any particular area. And in the event that the vehicle faces uncertainty, we have been conservative in terms of asking for guidance. And as we evaluate those situations, we determine whether we can tune the vehicle or provide an update so that it can more confidently handle that scenario, so that eventually that need to ask for guidance will be further reduced.
Well, and that leads me to calibration standards, I guess, as we reevaluate, reapply on the data that we learn, because Nevada's, again, long been a leader on testing and deployment of AVs, an emphasis on real-world performance. What you really learn out there, hopefully it's going to be shared with everyone because it's to the benefit of all of our safety, public safety, and they continue to evolve on our roadways, and their reliability. Ensuring that is critical, again, for the incorporation of this technology in our lives. So Waymo vehicles rely on a suite of sensors, radar, LiDAR, cameras. They come together for automated driving system. They allow the vehicle to perceive, respond to the environment, just like all the vehicles do. I do believe that you need more than cameras for redundancy, just for the record. These same types of sensors are also used in advanced driving assistance systems, increasingly common in vehicles today. They enable safety features like emergency braking, lane keeping assistance now. And so we know that proper sensor calibration is really essential for these systems to function, right? Research shows that even a 0.2 degree misalignment, just a little bit, in a camera at just 25 miles an hour can be the difference between a timely response and an untimely system activation that could result in, well, devastating consequences, whether the vehicle avoids collision in particular. So, Mr. Pena, I'm going to ask you again, with that in mind, can you speak to the importance of sensor calibration for Waymo's vehicles? How often are your vehicles calibrated, checked? How often do you make sure that they remain aligned over time? And appreciate that. And then if the others want to join in, if they want to talk about that after.
And we do use a variety of sensors. So we use LiDAR, which is a laser sensor, radar, and cameras as well. And we're continuously checking their performance and their data. So this happens continuously as we drive. We check that they're performing to our expectations.
But if I'm the end user, how often are you going to calibrate my car? Be software updates? Are you going to be checking? Like, how does this happen? Do I take it just for maintenance in between? I mean, I can see that this 0.2 misalignment causing a collision, if it's in between my regular maintenance, that seems a little bit of a hole there.
Real time, we're able to detect whether our sensors are misbehaving. And then because we have a variety of them, they're complementary, we're able to correct for that real time as we drive.
Real time as we drive. Does anyone else want to talk about calibrating of the sensors in real time or notifying the owner of the car that the sensors have been recalibrated, take it to the next, like some little emergency light, go to your service station, wherever that is, service department?
Thank you, Senator Rosen. Yes, so much of the federal regulatory regime is on what does the vehicle look like when it's manufactured.
Right.
And what we're talking about is the life of the vehicle.
Right.
And the average passenger car in the U.S. is some 13 years old.
You get that little check engine light, right?
And so, yeah, we're shifting from a what does the vehicle look like when manufactured to a much more comprehensive, every second that a system is engaged, is it safe, whether today or in a year or 10 years? And that's an essential shift of our regulatory mindset.
And I know I'm the last person, but I think this is incredibly important as that cars are going to, well, if you're out here driving on the ice and snowmageddon over here, that could maybe bump a sensor, change things, whatever that is. And I think this constant calibration is really important, Mr. Chairman, for us to think about the safety for your daughters, my daughter, all of our kids, grandkids, even ourselves. Anyone else before we close out? Oh, I think Senator Fetterman's here.
Senator Fetterman.
Thank you, Chairman Cruz, and I trust you enjoyed your Primanis.
It was absolutely delicious, and I have to say, you look damn handsome with that Texans bling.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so hi, I'm proud to represent Pennsylvania. Now, Pennsylvania has the 5th most truck drivers in the nation. Clearly, it's a very, very critical piece of our economy. And now, it's not an interesting story, but back in 1994, I worked with UPS drivers there. And I was proud to work with the Teamsters back then. And now I also realized how difficult their way of life is, but I also think that's something necessary that we need to protect. And now I am not going to bash AV or any of these things, nor am I not a Luddite or anything. And I see it's a necessary part of the future moving forward. So I want to get that established. And I also want to acknowledge that Pittsburgh played a significant part of the history of developing AV, that is as well too. So that means that we have, two things must be true. Now for me, I'm going to be the voice for the 90,000 drivers here and I'm going to be the Teamsters voice here. So I don't ever let them be left behind. So I think it's really those union members are very critical in this economy. So, I mean, Mr. Farrow, what is your organization's proposal to deal with the workers, like those 90,000 truckers here in my state? And now, of course, they're concerned about losing their job because of the technology. If they were going to replace senators with chatbots, we'd be pretty concerned here too, and I assure you as well too. So for me, it's an honest question, not anything. It's like, why shouldn't trucks and other AVs be supervised by qualified operators in the roads and our highways? I mean, it's a sincere question.
Senator, I appreciate the question, and I'll first thank you for acknowledging the role that Pennsylvania has played in autonomous vehicle development, both includes the companies itself, but also institutions like Carnegie Mellon. I want to be very clear in terms of the impact on truck driver jobs here. If someone is a truck driver today and they want to retire a truck driver, they absolutely will have the opportunity to do that. Autonomous vehicles are not out to replace truck drivers. Truck drivers are an indispensable, critical aspect of our supply chain. They are the backbone of the American economy. I think people take for granted how many of their goods are brought to them by truck drivers in this country. The goal of the industry here is to coexist with autonomous trucks. We see roles for human truck drivers and autonomous trucks doing different types of functions. And when I talk to people that are involved in autonomous vehicle deployment, they see a hybrid network where certain functions are done by autonomous vehicles, others by human drivers. And that is something that is fundamental to the industry. And I will just say, to conclude, that we've had an incredible dialogue with many different entities within labor, and we're very, very sensitive to a lot of those concerns. We want opportunities to get out and talk to your constituents, to describe how it is that we see a lot of this unfolding, and make sure that we really answer any misconceptions that might be out there.
Yeah, no, I mean, so for me, absolutely, your technology are part of the future, but I also have to be clear that I'm going to make sure that the Teamsters are in their future as well now, too. I'm not sure how many people would be comfortable getting in an AV jet. You know, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I do think it's entirely appropriate to have a human, part of the equation. Anyway, moving. Now, I've heard that Waymo's bringing AV to Pennsylvania, you know.
Yes, we are. We're excited to serve your constituency.
Yeah, and now we've had some constituents reach out, and now there are different kinds of, what's what I'm looking for? A lot of people in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia reached out. And it's different kinds of places with different streets and different kind of circumstances that are very unique there now too. And now a lot of people brought that to me where, especially after that super storm, you know, Pittsburgh, we got 16 hours of snow, and Philadelphia got a lot now too. So now my question is, how does your technology account for these kind of different drivers and the cultures in different communities across, you know, my state and the country? You know, questionably, are Waymo going to respect the parking chair?
Before we go into any territory, we do a very methodical approach. We first send our vehicles with the human driver to make sure that we understand the different street types, the topology, we understand the unique rhythms of the city, and then we systematically and slowly then provide a little more autonomy, still with a human behind the wheel, just learning the city. And we do that evaluation over time, and when we feel we're ready, we go through a safety board that evaluates, hey, are we really ready to deploy for that particular environment? And we do a very thorough review before we fully take the human out of the equation, which is what we're doing in your state.
Yeah, well, I would strongly encourage Waymo to incorporate that, to respect the parking chair. When you see examples of people that don't, it doesn't really end very well for folks like that. So regardless, so thank you. And now, after all the questions are now complete, Chairman Cruz will bring this hearing to a close. Thank you for all the witnesses for all of their important testimony today. Senators have until close of business on Wednesday, February 11th, to submit questions to the record. The witnesses will have close of business until Wednesday, February 25th, to respond to any of those questions. This concludes today's hearing, and the committee stands adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
I was in the back.
We're a long ways, but we are locking in this border security for generations to come before this administration is over. And every one of you in the audience plays an important role in that. Thank you.
Please welcome the 8th Secretary of United States Department of Homeland Security, the Honorable Kristi Noem.
Well, good morning. It is so wonderful and such an honor for me to get to come here and spend some time with all of you. And we're here to talk about how secure this border is and to celebrate that we have 1 year of a secure border and a secure United States of America. I want to say thank you to the gentlemen who all spoke before me and thank them for their leadership. To Paul and Rodney and Todd and Chief, just thank them for all that they've done to lead the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security in carrying out the mission that President Trump committed to fulfill for the people that live in our great country. I also want to thank Tom Homan for being the border czar. He was busy up in Minneapolis today and wasn't able to be here, but we thank him for his leadership as well. But most of all, we thank President Trump for the guts and the love of this country to do the right thing, to make sure that when he talked to the American people, he talked about the fact that what we had going on here in this country under the Biden administration was the greatest humanitarian crisis that we had ever seen in our history, and that it needed to be fixed. And the way that you fix it is you just enforce the law, that you go out there and say the laws need to be enforced and they need to be applied equally to every single person. And that Americans come first because they're the people who have built this country, and that they're the ones who are here working jobs and putting their kids through school and doing the right thing to make sure that our freedom and our liberties are secured. So I want to thank him for his leadership, for the fact that he told the American people what we needed. He said we needed a wall, and we have a wall, a big, beautiful wall that President Trump also wanted painted black so that it would endure for a long period of time, that it would look like the strength and stamina that the American people have, and that it would be something that would continue to protect us for generations to come. But I also wanted to come here today and thank all of you. I'm looking out in this group of individuals, and I see a group of patriots, people who stepped up during difficult times and led us through challenges, but also are still here today making sure that we continue down the path of what we committed to the American people. I want to thank all the individuals I see from CBP, from ICE, the Coast Guard. I see our law enforcement partners, the Department of War, National Guard, all of our local sheriffs and law enforcement that have partnered with us, and then those individuals who kept the faith, that came alongside of us and encouraged our law enforcement, stood beside them and supported them and their families. We know that no one can do their job with excellence unless their family's okay and they're taken care of and that things are right at home. And so those individuals in this community that supported our law enforcement through those times are incredibly important, and we're grateful for them. The high degree of talent and experience that we have here today is a testament to not just President Trump's commitment, but also to the people that have secured the border and have also worked every single day to make sure that America is safe again. In President Trump's first year back in office, we've delivered the most secure border in American history. And we did it with the immediate aftermath we were facing from that humanitarian crisis that was created from Joe Biden's open border policies. It is so quiet here now today that sometimes we even forget how bad it was just a little over a year ago. And the importance of the accomplishment that has happened over this last year cannot be forgotten. Hardworking Americans all along this southern border were devastated. They were trying to do their jobs, educate their kids, and protect the future when they were handed this humanitarian crisis and saw the horrors of what was happening when millions of people were crossing our border unvetted, when they were trespassing onto private property. We had crimes being committed. We saw women and children being trafficked, people dying, and crimes continue to be perpetuated as people were allowed to come into the country unvetted and unstopped. You know, yesterday I was in Eagle Pass, Texas, and I had the chance to tour the border, not just with our Border Patrol agents, but also with the Texas National Guard and the Texas Department of Public Safety. And we looked at some of the areas that were the hardest hit during the Biden border policies. In September of 2023, Eagle Pass saw an unprecedented crisis face them. In fact, they had to declare a state of emergency due to the rush of illegal aliens that were coming into their town and through their community to get into the United States. On one day, they saw over 10,000 people come through that area to get into the United States unvetted and illegally. In just a couple of days, it doubled the population of their town. And it caused a crisis not just for their medical care facilities, their businesses, and their families, but it absolutely crushed them and their economy. And their crime was rampant and overrun. And just last week, or a week or so ago, I got to spend some time in Brownsville, Texas, spent some time with farmers and ranchers. And we talked about what their lives were like just a little over a year and a half ago. How they saw trespassers come onto their property, cut their fences. Their livestock were loose, and sometimes they incurred death there as well. They had crimes, people breaking into their homes and their facilities. They were finding dead bodies on their ranches. In fact, we saw unprecedented death from those illegal migrants that were coming into our country because of the heat exhaustion, and they also were forced into water, and people were drowning because of the crush and the push to take advantage of those open border policies. Those ranchers were talking about how different it was for them now. The fact that their ranches are safe again, that they don't have drug cartels running drugs across their property and down their roads and endangering their children and their schools. Many of the schools in many of these communities had to put up barriers and protections and boulders and rocks just between the roads and their schools to keep their children safe so they could go in and out and get their education in a way that would protect their lives. When things like this happen, people are not just challenged with the crime, but they're challenged with the fact that their economy is hurt, their businesses are hurt, and also that these illegal migrants were being victimized each and every day. At worst, illegal aliens threatened the lives of American citizens with crime and violence and drugs, but they brought with them a recognition that the rule of law didn't matter in America anymore, that laws weren't going to be enforced, and it sent a message around the world that people could just come to America and no one was going to do anything about letting those dangerous individuals come in with terrorists, suspected terrorists and criminals that were allowed to come in with those illegal migrants. And while the left tries to tell us many times that it's somehow compassionate to allow that kind of chaos, it isn't. It was dangerous, not just on this side of the border, but on the Mexican side of the border as well. We saw many of those illegal migrants not be able to survive the brutal terrain. They didn't survive the river crossing. Those causes of death, of heat and water, were dangerous, and the left behind so many bodies that in some counties along the border, they had to install migrant morgues just to pick up the dead bodies that were passing away on their way to try to get into the United States. In fact, during the Biden administration and those open border policies, we saw even the UN declare that the United States and Mexico border was the deadliest land route in the world. Countless people were sexually abused and trafficked over and over again and exploited. One story that I remember that impacted me so dramatically was a horrifying story of a father who paid a smuggler $1,000 to bring his wife and his 2-year-old daughter into the United States. Once they got over the border, those smugglers took that mom and daughter into a stash house and kidnapped them and held them hostage for a ransom and said that father would not get them back unless he paid another $23,000 to them, and said if he did not immediately pay, that they would do things to his daughter that he couldn't even imagine. That was happening on a daily basis because of that invasion. Over those 4 years of chaos and destruction and death, many of the left said that it was compassionate. They said it was compassionate to let millions of people come in unvetted and be subjected to murderers and smugglers and cartels and gang members. Was it compassionate to make Americans share their communities with criminals? Was it compassionate to encourage men and women and children to break the law and to put their lives at risk, knowing that they could be victimized along the way? And was it compassionate to demonize those federal law enforcement officers that took an oath to uphold the law and to keep Americans safe? You know, the left and Democrats dare to harass, threaten, and dox our officers, assault the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security and our federal law enforcement. And they try to say that enforcing our immigration laws and arresting and deporting illegal criminals and violent criminals is inhumane. Well, what about the victims of that illegal crimes? What about the flow of drugs that were coming over our border and killing our next generation of Americans? What about the Angel families who lost someone that they dearly love, that they'll never have back again and don't have a future with? They don't talk about the Laken Rileys, the Jocelyn Nungarys. They don't talk about the Rachel Morans. And they don't talk about the thousands of Americans that we've lost to drug overdoses and to poisonings. In fact, the flow over this border of illegal fentanyl has been cut in half since President Trump has been in office. And since he has secured this border and built this wall, 56% of the fentanyl has stopped coming into our country and saved millions of lives. The Democrats on the left say that compassion was that invasion, was that humanitarian crisis. But President Trump says that compassion is taking care of people. Joe Biden and his policies during those 4 years lost 450,000 children. Many times they placed them with sponsors that abused them, that trafficked them. The government paid people to take our children and to traffic them. Since President Trump's been in office, we've located 145,000 children that were lost, and we're not going to stop till we find every single one. Because of President Trump's leadership and his bold action, this country keeps breaking historic records. In fact, we have the lowest crime rate in this nation right now because of President Trump and his strength and securing our border that we've ever had in the history of this nation since we've been tracking crimes. The lowest murder rate that we've ever recorded in this country. And that's because we enforce the law and we hold criminals accountable for what they do to perpetuate violence against the American people. In fact, for the last 9 months, the Border Patrol has released 0 illegal aliens into the interior of the country. It's incredible the work that they do every day. And that's what happens when you fight for law and order. Overall, Customs and Border Protection has recorded the lowest number of encounters in the agency's history in 2025. Daily encounters have fallen by 95% over the last year. While the daily average of apprehensions in the Biden years was over 5,100 per day, in the last year it was less than 250. In addition to keeping the illegal aliens out, we're also protecting the American people from the deadly drugs that are coming in. And just in 2025, CBP seized over 600,000 pounds of illicit drugs. The death rate and the fentanyl deaths in this country have dropped in 1 year under President Trump. Because he secured the border, fentanyl deaths have gone down 30%. We can't wait to continue to keep working to save more American lives. We have to continue to keep ramping up our efforts and do all that we can to protect our children. And we're thankful for President Trump's vision to invest in technology, invest in people, and invest in the resources that we need to do our jobs. He did it in 1 year. You think about what this country has gone through over the previous 4 years and what a turnaround that we've seen because we have a president in the White House that puts the American people first. It's incredible. President Trump believed that we still have a country, and he believed that it was a country worth fighting for. Now we're hard at work to make sure it stays that way. And when the American people put President Trump in the White House, they said enough is enough. They chose him. They chose law and order. They voted to build the wall. They voted to send President Trump back to the White House. And it reminds me of John Adams. He said back in history, when they were building this country and founding this country, he said the very definition of a republic is a government of laws, not of men. We are a government of laws. We are a republic. And for 4 long years before President Trump, we saw what it was like when people put men above our laws. We saw how people were victimized and hurt and abused. And Americans didn't want to live like that anymore. The beauty of our republic is that our people have the freedom to choose. And when they elected President Trump, they chose differently. They chose someone who recognized that a country with no border is no country at all. A country that doesn't enforce its laws is a lawless country. We had never experienced the kind of chaos before in recent history that we saw during the Biden administration. And the American people rejected it. They rejected it and its lawlessness and chose to return to law and order. And with President Trump and all of you great law enforcement officers in front of me and those across the country that do their work every day, we've got a promise of a bright future and a promise of an amazing country for years to come. You have stood up and stood on the line to make sure that we have freedom and liberty for our children and our grandchildren for years to come. Thank you for the work that you do. I pray every day that God will continue to bless you, bless the work that you set your hands to and your families. They'll continue to bless this great country so that we would know that we are all Americans and we're all here. The rest of the world follows America because we are the ones that provide the hope and the future for what the entire world should be. So may God bless you, and thank you so much for being the great Americans that you are. Thank you.
So like the Secretary said, and the Commissioner as well, we're celebrating the monumental control that we've got over the border. But in doing that, our main purpose here is to thank you, the men and women of CBP and DHS that are getting the job done. We can provide you all the policies, the money, the protection, the coverage, but you have to go out there and deliver on it. And so I know that most of us say we don't need to thank you, we don't need an award, but it brings me great pleasure to be able to give an award. It gives me extreme pleasure to be able to do it in a sector that played such a huge part in my career and my development as a leader. And so with that, if I can have Agent Jack Gamblin step up. So today, Jack Gamblin is going to receive the Newton Azarack Award. I'm going to read to you why he's receiving that award. On June the 19th of 2024, Border Patrol Agent Jack Gamblin was critical in the apprehension of a Tucson homicide subject who shot at himself and other law enforcement officers in the Bryan Terry Station's area of operation. Responding to the area, Gamblin found the suspect vehicle speeding in his direction while the suspect was firing at Agent Gamblin. Despite no cover and little to no concealment and at great risk to his personal safety, Agent Gamblin retrieved his service rifle, squared himself off to the threat, and returned fire, neutralizing the threat. BPA Gamblin's exceptional courage and action went above and beyond the call of duty, reflecting the highest credit upon himself and the United States Border Patrol. Agent Gamblin, if you can come over. Agent Fleming. And Agent Gundry. Agent Fleming and Agent Gundry will also be receiving the Newton Azarack Award. On Thursday, February the 20th of 2025, Border Patrol agents Brandon Fleming and Bryce Gundry witnessed a devastating head-on collision that resulted in both vehicles being engulfed in flames. At tremendous personal risk to themselves, they selflessly dove into the wreckage, pulling the trapped civilians to safety and ultimately saving their lives. BPA Fleming's and BPA Gundry's actions, heroic actions, exemplify the core values of the United States Border Patrol and stand as a testament to their courage, selflessness, and unwavering commitment to protecting others. BPA Fleming and BPA Gundry went above and beyond the call of duty. Their bravery brought great credit upon themselves and the United States Border Patrol. right, that's going to conclude the ceremony for today. I know that some of you are going to stick around for some pictures afterwards, but outstanding work. Again, nothing brings me greater pleasure than coming back home. I was driving down here passing Rancho La Migra, and I'm like, man, this brings back some memories. Passing the I-19 checkpoint, got many loads with K9 Jarno up there, and then these hills. I remember when we had no wall down here, right? And I went to the checkpoint for about 6 months, and I come back down here, and I couldn't recognize the place anymore. I got lost, right? And so hopefully you all get lost as we continue to build the wall. Anyway, thank you very much, and again, we really appreciate all the hard work you guys are doing. Outstanding work. 2026, here we come.
Sam put your name at the top of his list, and the Statue of Liberty started shaking her fist, and the eagle will fly, and it's gonna be here when you hear Mother Freedom start ringing her bell, and it'll feel like the whole wide world is raining down on you. Brought to you courtesy of the red, white, and blue. Oh, justice will be served and the battle will rage. This big dog will fight when you rattle his cage, and you'll be sorry that you mess with the U.S. of A. 'Cause we'll put a boot in your ass, it's the American way. Hey, Uncle Sam put your name at the top of his list, and the Statue of Liberty started shaking her fist, and the eagle will fly, and it's gonna be hell when you hear Mother Freedom start ringing her bell, and it'll feel like the whole wide world is raining down on you. Brought to you courtesy of the red, white, and blue. Of the red, white, and blue. Of my red, white, and Hear that whistle winding hollow, waking you up in the night. All the way from California, Casanova has arrived. Headlined on the morning paper, you read it by the road, waving goodbye to your neighbor. Where the hell you supposed to go? Guess I'll meet you in the middle. Well, ain't nobody told me it'd be this hard. Guess I'll meet you in the middle. Lord only knows if I'll make it that far. Well, you told me that you loved me, then you headed way out west, chasing dreams that you'd been dreaming, loving boys you never met. I'm still stuck here in the city, so much left I have to learn. Grandpa's shaking off his cancer, just in case you hadn't heard. Guess I'll meet you in the middle. Well, ain't nobody told me it'd be this hard. Guess I'll meet you in the middle. Lord only knows if I'll make it that far. I can hear the whole town whisper, barely making out your name. Said you got some fancy hairdo. My mama's gone insane. Daddy left no goodbye letter. with no pistol on his grave, in the backyard on the blacktop where he lived them good old days. Guess I'll meet you in the middle. Well, ain't nobody told me it'd be this hard. Guess I'll meet you in the middle. Lord only knows if I'll make it that far. If I'll make it that far.
second largest, their refunds are going to come from your constituents, or go to your constituents because of the SALT deduction.
It's going to be great, and hopefully, and like myself, the rest of my constituents, I think, are going to plow that money back into the economy with some purchases when they get their refund this year. So thank you for all the hard work you did there with us. Last year, you oversaw Treasury's efforts to implement President Trump's executive order to phase out paper checks, eliminating a costly, inefficient, and more fraud-prone process. Part of the EO directed the Treasury Department to work with financial institutions, consumer groups, and other stakeholders to address financial access for unbanked and underbanked populations. Secretary, can you share more on what on the work stream and particularly how Treasury plans to incorporate digital technologies or payment solutions to increase financial access for unbanked Americans?
Again, we are trying to bring them into the financial system, and we are trying to, one of the ways is over these individuals' phones. And what we see, especially for the cohort you described, is they are especially susceptible to theft of the paper checks. They may not have fixed addresses. The fixed addresses or the mailboxes may not be secure. Someone from the New York delegation in Staten Island brought this to my attention for her district.
And I appreciate that. And I really do think the administration has made serious strides to modernize our financial system through these initiatives. Are there other ways Treasury is looking to safeguard against fraud and improper transactions that you're working on?
Well, again, as we've done in Minnesota, we found a substantial amount of waste, fraud, and abuse. And we want to know, with our geographic targeting order, we have pushed down the threshold for reporting for money service businesses, which these are non-banks, to $300. And we want to know if you are wiring money out of the country, that are you on public benefits? Because one of two things must be true. You're receiving more public benefits than you need, so you can wire it back home, or you have stolen the money.
Is there anything that Treasury is working on to, any other payment modernizations that you're all working on right now?
We're constantly working on payment modernizations. We're working with the Fed to modernize their FedNow. We are looking at ways on digital assets also.
Great. I'm going to switch gears a little bit here. Myself, just as any other member, has constituents that will face emergencies. You know, you can't plan for those. You know, whether it's a natural disaster, medical emergency, unexpected, you know, your refrigerator stops working at home. So they have to, and a lot of people don't have savings accounts, so they often have to rely on short-term credit to cover basic expenses that arise from these emergencies. Would you agree, Secretary, that access to credit can be a critical lifeline for millions of Americans, particularly middle and lower income households?
Yes.
What actions is the administration taking to promote affordable and responsible access to credit for American households?
Again, we believe by some of the financial deregulation that we have done, especially for community banks, this will lead to more credit for communities rather than the money coming from a distant credit card agency.
I appreciate that answer, Mr. Secretary. And last, as chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, cybersecurity is one of my top priorities. Secretary, can you describe what the administration is doing to strengthen cybersecurity across the federal financial regulatory agencies, particularly in light of last year's breaches at OCC and CFPB that had information leak?
So the Treasury, we're committed to making risk-informed resources. We constantly work on emerging threats, and we are in close collaboration with our financial sector partners, both as a push and a pull. We recently had a group of them into Treasury for a very large conference on best practices, sharing with each other, sharing with us, and we've used that as a convener, and then our convening ability, and then also
Gentleman's time has expired.
We've identified it as a financial stability concern.
I appreciate my time has expired. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
Mr. Secretary, earlier in response to someone else's question, you talked a little bit there toward the end, but I'm not sure that there was a time for follow-up about, I think you said 10 to 20 million immigrants that are responsible for the driving up the housing costs. Is that what you said?
I'm referring to a Wharton report, yes.
Do you know what they based it on, what data, what information they looked at?
Yes, the survey by survey, community by community. You could go, if you'd like, I will have my people post it on the Treasury X account as we speak.
Well, thanks for the cooperation, because I'm just completely baffled. The average new home sale is about $500,000, and you're saying that it's driving up the housing crisis when DHS is over there trying to pick up and deport people because, quote unquote, they're a drain on society, they're dependent on public benefits. So if you're on public benefits, how do you afford a $500,000 house?
Well, let me clarify your confusion, because
I'm not confused, sir. Don't be demeaning to me, all right? Because I'm going to object and ask the chairman to make you answer questions.
Anyway, I'm trying to explain to you that it is rental income and rental properties. The
So
value.
do you really
of-
think
the-
that
the
people,
value-
who-
the
have you
value-
been to the rental places of immigrants? I have people in my district that are in rental houses that I wouldn't rent to anybody. They're not expensive. They're probably $500 or $600 a month. You think people that can barely afford housing like that's the housing that we're talking about when we talk about the housing crisis?
D properties push up the price of C properties. Inflation in C properties pushes up the price of A properties. Inflation in the price of A property. B properties pushes up A properties. So it moves up the stack. And if you think that somehow the laws of supply and demand do not apply to housing, I would say you're incorrect.
No, well, I'm not incorrect because,
as would-
you know,
as
the
would-
only thing
as
that
would
we
Wharton.
might say about immigrants is that we don't have new housing because they can't, there's a shortage of labor supply because they build the houses and you all are more focused on deporting them than having them stay here and build. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to introduce three items to the record. Construction workforce shortages are leading cause of project delays as immigrant enforcement affects nearly 1/3 of firms. Second, how the ICE crackdown has impacted Minnesota's economy. And third, the price of cruelty, how Trump's mass deportation agenda endangers all.
Without
Any idea
objection,
how
they'll be put
much-
in the record.
Thank you. Do you have any idea how much we're spending on ICE every single day for enforcement?
Again, dear Representative, this is the Financial Stability Oversight Commission.
But you're the treasurer, you're supposed to follow the money. In response to questions on this side, you're always talking about, well, we follow the money. Well, have you followed the money? How much are they spending every single day in Minnesota and other states where they occupy
Congress
cities,
does the
terrorize
appropriation.
communities, and try to break up our country?
Again, President Trump has secured the border. He was elected
Well, then let him
on
stay at the
on
border.
on a mandate.
Well,
And he
I
is
disagree with you,
enforcing that.
and I think
You
you're
disagree that he was
confused.
elected?
I think you're confused, but let me ask you about something else.
okay.
Maybe you'll answer this one. You also recently announced the formation of new FSOC Household Resilience Working Group that will focus on American households' financial condition. American households across the country, especially in my district, which is a working-class district, Texas 29, have experienced firsthand the destabilizing effects of climate disasters. Property insurance or insurance companies are leaving Texas, California, Florida, and many other states because of growing climate risks. I myself have felt the impact. My constituents feel, Mr. Secretary, what, if anything, are y'all doing to address the risk to households of mortgages and other forms of credit becoming unavailable in certain regions of the country due to climate change?
Again, Congresswoman, are you familiar with KLW 24?
No.
It was the base for everything that was done with climate and with all the proposed climate legislation, and it has been discredited. So everything that FSOC previously did, based on climate,
Who discredited
has
it?
been discredited.
Who discredited it?
Nature magazine Nature magazine has retracted the economic commitment of climate change more than 18 months after first learning that the paper was fatally flawed, with authors acknowledging that its errors are too substantial for a correction.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with Nature magazine. We're relying on the Nature magazine to determine public policy?
Unfortunately, that's what.
Gentlewoman's time has
that's what the
expired, and
FSOC
I
committee
invite
did.
the Secretary to respond
Yes,
more.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a response in writing. Thank you.
Yes, Gentlewoman, we'll have those answers to you in writing. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Secretary, thanks for being here today. Appreciate all the work that you've done, and certainly look forward to working with you in the future. I did have just a couple questions, though. In many ways, the CSEs are far less risky than they were before the financial crisis. And one of the reasons has been that the CSEs, that credit risk transfer, the CRT piece, those programs. However, some industry experts are concerned that the CRT program have been significantly diminished and focus on capital arbitrage instead of the real risk reduction. Can you just kind of in general discuss the importance of the CRT with regard to the CSE in ensuring that they're transferring a significant amount of credit risk to the private market and really are then avoiding the risk that the taxpayers take on?
Good. So the CRT, or the credit risk transfer, is very important at FSOC, and the attendant agencies, the members, we closely monitor to make sure that there is no daisy chain effect, that the quality of the risk transfer is at least as high as the entity from which it was bought. What we saw in the GFC was a complexity can create a daisy chain. So what we want is transparency. But I think CRTs are very important, but they cannot be opaque.
Very good. You called for, you originally called for kind of a fundamental reset of financial regulation, and then you emphasized kind of Treasury's active role in promoting just more efficient, effective, and appropriately tailored regulation. While we've seen progress in tailoring the supervision, can you just tell us kind of overall how you've tried to move the entire department kind of in that direction?
Again, as FSOC, I have convening power, and so that would be, what you were describing would be done by the Federal Reserve regulation, the regulatory body. Vice Chair Mickey Bowman has done an excellent job, the controller of the currency and the FDIC. We have tried to get them aligned in what they are doing and for tailoring, and to understand that the reason 50% of small and community banks have disappeared over the past 15 years has been because of a one-size-fits-all regulatory strategy, which clearly it does not.
Very good. Keep up the good work, and thank you for being here today, and I yield back, Chairman.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Wisconsin yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia. Ms. Williams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill and Ranking Member Waters, for having this conversation today. And thank you, Mr. Secretary, for joining us. Mr. Secretary, you noted in your introductory letter to the 2025 FSOC report that the Council has formed a new Household Resilience Working Group that will focus on American households' financial condition. Well, Mr. Secretary, as the Congresswoman for Atlanta, I'm here to make sure that that includes all families. As you noted, financially resilient households can better withstand shocks, maintain essential consumption, and avoid costly debt cycles. Discrimination in lending or an investment impacts growth opportunities for Black-owned small businesses, which means discrimination is, in fact, a threat to American financial stability. Atlanta has the largest racial wealth gap in the country. Supporting entrepreneurship and access to capital within the Black community can help close that gap, Mr. Secretary, but I need your help. Small businesses like those in the Fighting Fifth are critical to building and maintaining household wealth. Per Brookings, from 2017 to 2022, the number of Black-owned businesses surged, representing over half of all new employer businesses. In 2022, Black-owned firms with at least one employee added $212 billion with a B in revenue to the economy and paid over $61 billion in salaries. More broadly, over the last 10 years, minority business entities comprised approximately 50% of new businesses started in the United States and created 4.7 million jobs. According to the U.S. Census, there are over 9.2 million minority-owned companies in the U.S., employing 8.7 million workers and generating more than $1.8 trillion in annual revenue. However, Mr. Secretary, there are significant barriers blocking sustainability and growth of Black entrepreneurship. That's why I launched a Small Business Advisory Council in my district to hear directly from small business owners in my district. Because access to capital, as we heard in all of the conversations, continues to be one of the biggest challenges that these small business owners face. The first major hurdle for Black entrepreneurs in starting their business is a lack of startup funds, equity, and collateral, a result of the racial wealth gap. During the Biden administration, the Minority Business Development Agency delivered $7.1 million in funding to Georgians through its business centers and capital readiness programs. But President Trump signed an executive order continuing the reduction of the federal bureaucracy, directing the destruction of the Minority Business Development Agency. Mr. Secretary, what steps has FSOC taken to assess the impact of discriminatory lending and investment practices on Black small business owners and the stability and growth of the economy overall? And how does FSOC factor discriminatory investment practices into its assessment of threats to our economy?
Again, we do not view that as a financial stability concern, but I do view it as a concern, and as I've repeatedly said, that we would be willing to work with you on tailoring for banks in your community to give them more lending power, because what we have seen is that with 50% of the small banks that have disappeared, I don't have empirical data, but I can tell you that my strong hunch would be that many of those would have been minority banks. So we would like to see more de novo banks, whether they are in Black communities in Atlanta, whether they are in Latino communities, whether they are in Asian communities.
So, Mr. Secretary, you don't think dismantling the Minority Business Development Agency had any impact on the U.S. economy at all?
Again, very difficult to tell in a complicated multivariable economy what impacts, whether it's good or bad, for the aggregate versus the individual.
Mr. Secretary, I'm here to be the voice of the people that sent me here, and I welcome you to join me in Atlanta, and I would love to introduce you to some of these small business owners that have been greatly impacted by this dismantling. Also, in the 2025 FSOC report, placed a premium on deregulation and demonstrates the administration's optimism about the use of AI to make financial institutions more efficient. As you noted, AI used properly could provide numerous benefits to financial institutions by enabling them to provide innovative services cheaper, faster, to a broader set of customers and under very economic conditions. For example, currently, some lending institutions are using AI to evaluate a customer's credit worthiness through alternative data, such as cash flow history. And I see my time is about to expire, but my question is, Mr. Secretary, what proactive steps does FSOC recommend regulators take to combat lending discrimination, which may be compounded through the use of AI, as banking institutions increasingly use AI to make lending decisions?
And
I would love that answer.
We
from the record.
invite the Secretary to respond to your question in writing.
Thank you.
We thank you both. Now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. And first, Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here, and thank you for your leadership in helping get the Working Families Tax Cut bill across the finish line. And in particular, thank you for negotiating over the issue of SALT, the state and local tax deduction. That was a big win for the American people. A core goal of U.S. stablecoin policy is to keep dollar-denominated stablecoins issued, regulated, and supervised here in the United States rather than offshore. Today, a substantial and growing share of the dollar stablecoin market operates outside the U.S., as foreign jurisdictions move quickly to establish legal regimes that encourage dollar stablecoin issuance in their markets. Foreign-issued stablecoins already compete globally by offering consumers economic value and incentives to use and hold them, and countries like China are actively using economic incentives to drive adoption of their digital currencies. As Treasury implements stablecoin legislation, do you agree that U.S. rules should preserve enough flexibility for American issuers to remain competitive so dollar activity stays onshore, transparent, and under U.S. oversight?
Congressman, and again, I think as you know, I used to have a house in your district. Given the tax regime in New York, I'm not sorry that I'm no longer there. I hope it will come back. It's a beautiful part of the world. With stable coins, I would say what we want is U.S. best practices. The stable coins can go around the world, and indeed we are seeing I believe we will see the adoption, especially in emerging economies, or maybe any other individuals who want to hold the U.S. dollar. But I think it is paramount, as was done with the Genius Act, to put in U.S. best practices.
Agree. Different topic. Fraud scams by bad actors are estimated to affect 15% of American homes, representing about 20 million American households in total. And given that losses to these scams often amount to $575, consumers face meaningful financial harm even from a single incident. At the same time, 37% of all U.S. households cannot cover an emergency expense of over $400 with cash or savings, and a fraud loss can be devastating to the average American. And these losses can lead to missed debt payments and damage to credit scores, which in some cases prevent home ownership. We've seen a renewed focus on fraud by this administration with the announcement of things like the Scam Center Strike Force, and I'd like to strongly encourage the administration to adopt an all-of-government approach to combating fraud and scams. Secretary Bessent, what role do you think Treasury should play in fighting scams and fraud, and does the FSOC committee have any initiatives planned for the coming year?
Yes, so Treasury, through FinCEN, was part of the group who took down the big scam centers in Asia. We were very focused on places like Laos, like Burma, like North Korea, and even Iran. And the other side of that, Congressman, is that it's used for nefarious. Once the money's stolen, not only has a U.S. citizen been hurt, but it's used for nefarious purposes. So we are constantly monitoring that, and we are working with our partners because, as you said, AI can be both a benefit, it can be both a blessing and a curse. So we think properly managed and rolling it out using private sector partners, we can cut down on that shocking number. I was not aware 15% of Americans are subject to it, but we've also got to be very careful because it will make malign actors more able to pull off bigger scams.
Yeah. Well, and kind of continuing on that front, there's been a growing concentration of cloud and AI model providers and the risk that results if a small number of firms control critical financial sector infrastructure. How is FSOC assessing the financial stability implications of this concentration, particularly in scenarios of an outage, cyber incident, or foreign-based remote access vulnerability? And I had introduced legislation that we passed recently through committee. The Remote Access Security Act ended up passing the House with strong bipartisan support. What steps is FSOC taking to ensure that financial institution reliance on third-party AI and cloud providers does not expose the system to remote access risks?
You'll need to answer that question in writing, Mr. Secretary. The gentleman's time has expired. Pursuant to the agreement with the committee and the Treasury Secretary, we'll have one more questioner because the Secretary has a hard stop at 1:30 p.m. And so the chair recognizes the gentleman from San Jose, California. Mr. Liccardo, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for testifying before us today. I know in addition to your many responsibilities, FinCEN comes under your duties as well in managing, and FinCEN has been very outspoken in this administration and other administrations in expressing concerns about alternative remittance systems, also known as, I think, informal value transfer systems. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And there are many concerns, I know, with these alternative systems, including lack of documentation, anonymity, their informality make them very attractive to money laundering. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, in particular, Chinese money laundering organizations have been very effective at utilizing these systems to acquire access to U.S. currency in various ways for nefarious means.
We were very focused on Chinese money laundering organizations, which originally began as a way for Chinese citizens to get money out of the country. As China clamped down on the leakage, they morphed into partners with the Mexican drug cartels. So we are very focused on all of that.
I appreciate that, and I support that. I understand there has been some research, including published by the Government Accountability Office, a GAO report in 2016 and other studies as well, that have found that fines and obstacles to remittances are not very effective at stopping the flow of remittances through in the aggregate, but in fact tend to push these remittances away from legitimate companies and remittance systems into these alternative systems. Are you familiar with some of that literature?
I'm familiar with that thinking.
This administration last year, through H.R. 1, imposed a tax on remittances in Section 4475. You're familiar with that, is that right?
I am.
And as you know, many residents of the United States depend enormously on these remittances, in many cases to keep their families alive in foreign countries, because it's pretty darn difficult to immigrate to the United States these days. You're familiar with the importance to so many residents of the United States to be able to have access to remittances.
I'm familiar with the difficulty coming into U.S. illegally since January 20th of last year, yes, sir.
And quite simply legally as well. I have residents in my district who have been waiting 20 years to get a green card, and they've been going through all the legal channels. So there are many obstacles, it's fair to say. Is that fair to say, Secretary?
I don't know the specific instances of your concern.
I invite you to my district, and you can meet the nearly 40% of my residents who are born in a foreign country that makes Silicon Valley the extraordinary place that it is, and they'll tell you their tales of woe in trying to get through this system. In January, you indicated, quote, "We will strongly push to prevent anyone receiving federal government support funds from sending money overseas." Is that right?
100%.
In reaction, a policy analyst at the Cato Institute said, quote, that these kinds of actions are building, quote, "building a legacy of financial surveillance and control." Do you recall that?
I don't read the Cato Institute, but I do believe in financial surveillance for the remittances that should not be remitted, and we should also know where the money's going.
And if you agree that imposing taxes and obstacles to using legitimate systems may compel people to use some of these informal mechanisms, don't you agree that undercuts our objectives in addressing money laundering, the illicit activity in these alternative systems?
I disagree with taxes.
But your administration and you supported that tax last year.
I disagree with your assessment that taxes can be a hindrance.
Don't you agree that taxes can alter behavior in various ways? When people understand something costs more, they may choose a different path?
I would say that they would choose the safest path.
Well, they may choose a less safe path if it just costs more to use the safe path. Don't you agree?
I believe that anyone who has legitimate income, is in the U.S. legally, and is sending money home through gains where they have paid taxes, they would choose the safest path.
Mr. Secretary, unfortunately, the data doesn't show what you suggest. It shows the opposite, and we're encouraging money laundering through these kinds of actions. These obstacles and these taxes are not helping American consumers.
Gentleman's time has expired. Appreciate the gentleman from California. I want to thank Treasury Secretary Bessent today for his testimony. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness to the chair. The questions will be forwarded to the witness for his response. Mr. Secretary, please respond no later than March 11th to our questions. This hearing is adjourned.
You too.
San Francisco. We picked up a facility that's right at this Mission College Boulevard. There was somebody up there, but no, like, wasn't busy.
play the sun, go right here. 30, 31, 32. So nobody else is here. I'm gonna just do it so the sun's in my favor. Stand right here for a second. Just gonna eyeball this to see the two of them, right? Yeah, so which way is the shadow? And that's not just gonna keep on dropping. I don't have and I will. And then this will be what do you think? About that tall? It's maybe a little low. That's like in between the two of them, I said. Hi, Jackie. Come over this way a little bit. Which way? That sun's gonna drop, right? Yep. Yeah, come right off of there. Right in front of that. Yeah, that's good. Well, hopefully, that's probably good like that. I'm gonna start with this. The thing is, it's gonna be a little bit better, but they're gonna have to squint because see how bright that is back there? Yeah. If I don't put them in the sun, and I'm lucky enough to be able to get them in the sun. All right. It's a good start. We'll see if someone else shows up. Right now, no rules. You can sit right here if you want. ride? Is it just steep or is it steep there?
setup isn't good, but they also did it really well.
Well, you would think the people that are renting the spots would go, you know what, we're gonna need 2 800-inch.
Right.
And then boom, just like those things.
Right.
I saw them setting up.
Right.
That's what you need. You have 2 big HMIs there. Where am I? Am I in the shot? Or you can look through the lens. Right. Right. That's exactly right. This is the perfect way to do this. Now, talking 10 minutes. 9 minutes. step back. But yeah, I think you guys are more like back over. I think you guys are probably more like this. Playing the sun as best I can. For now. Yeah, I just think so tall. Okay. I'll see what I have to do about it. But don't have to worry about it yet. Got it. We know that they'll be at Stanford. They got no power. When you plug it in? Got you very much. Steve, you can go back, plug to the end. Yep. 5 minutes out, Terry. I'm just going to move a little bit. Just 2 seconds. Boom is sweating. Do you groove too? Hi, Boom. How you doing? Yep. So the thing I want to tell both of you is I put this here for you. Mary Beth, I do have you, man. How are you? Good. Good. All good in the hood. So we start on testing 1, 2, 3, Mary Beth. How's it sound? Testing 1, 2. Little low? Yeah, hold on. Mike's a little low. You'll fix it. All right. Mike, check. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That sound good? Steve, just go. What is this? Well, we don't need it. It's just some stuff here. I can't hear it. Right here? Yeah, nothing right there. We hit you with this. Yeah, I got you. Okay, just a little bit this way. That's good right there. Okay, sounds good. It's Lisa, right? Lisa and Courtney. All right. Okay, sounds good. Hey, Jojo! I got it. No, they didn't practice yet. What time is it? 2:30, which is 5:30 our time. Right. Yeah, we're going to have some rapid exchange. Yes. Yeah, I'll tell you. Right. It's the best I can. Oh, you know what? Here, let me do this. That's fine. Hey, guys. Here we go. according to Lisa, yes, indeed. As Tom Brady once said, we didn't come this far just to come this far, right? Patriots know they need to finish the job and beat the Seahawks in Super Bowl Sunday. On Sunday, I should say. Here's a video of Drake May coming in to meet the media today. Our first look at him in his Super Bowl jersey. He's also having first official practice of the week at Stanford University as we speak. Still waiting to get video of that from the league. This morning, Drake said no reason to worry about his shoulder, and his center isn't worried about him either. Mike, check in. Yeah, what's the 3.5 is coming out ahead? That's right, jump the gun, they're not practicing. Yeah. Just go that way just a little. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Go forward. Everyone shows me now, and Drake says his shoulder's fine, but I'm taking one big hit either. Well, that's the big thing. You pick up the tackle, no question about that. As he continues to face tough defenses all the way around, and the Pats have faced top 5 defenses seemingly every step of this way. Now, popped up the ball a couple of times against the Chargers, 4 times against the Texans, 6 turnovers. That can't happen as well. Now, when you look, the running backs have to play a huge part in this one for the Pats quarterback protecting him Sunday. Be it churning out yards on the ground and keep the Seattle defense honest, or picking up the blitz. Andre Stevenson in the back knows they have a big job to do. So Dale's going to go to the practice field, Steve. The practice in just a few minutes at Stanford University. And one of the things Mike Vrabel will hammer home is calling these 2 days crucial. Game plan, yes, but the details, Steve. Make sure everybody has their assignment, all 11, especially on the offensive side, protecting the quarterback. And one of the things they are really stressing this week, especially for the running backs, to really step up and protect May. It's crucial that they keep him upright. And it's going to be interesting to see that the video is going to be limited of what we can show you as a full video. So we can only show you so much this week, but top secret. Well, the pool reporter, that's what we're going to find out. How is Drake throwing the football? That's what we're going to find out as they go about their business. So we'll get that after practice. But yes, that's critical. And Ramondre has been one of the best backs in the game the last 6 weeks into the postseason, running as well as blocking. Got to be able to go downfield, though. Put up points on the board. It's going to be, well, time will tell. Patriots are underdogs in this game, but they don't mind playing that role at all. But then what's up, Steve Burton? What do you say about this? We love it. See it. All right. They love the shot. Things are going to change rapidly. That's a nice shot. We got to do the show. Look at the. I will have. Yeah. No, look at the. Look at the. Look at the. First down for you. It's a nice shot. Especially when it looks like that. Yeah. As that sun sets, there'll be a point where it's dark enough where we can use our lights. And we're lucky. We're lucky that we want to be open. If you're under there, it's tough. All right, see if I can do something for my Facebook. Family and friends. Family and friends. All right, so here we are. Right? Levi Stadium, over Super Bowl season. Patriots Seahawks. This is going to be jam-packed. Now, right to the right of the stadium, but over here, Jerry, is an amusement park. But here's the deal. Closed. Now, I don't know if the NFL has decided to shut this thing down on an interval there, but I think it's closed all week long. Back over here, we got tons of media. Everybody's reporting how big game is going to be. So I do. I have to go. Yeah, I have to go back to the break on a 5:45 sports cast, and then we have a 6 o'clock sports cast as well. So we got you covered. And we got first down tonight. We got it. That's over on TV. All right. that's what I'm going for the rest of the week. That's perfect. It's salads, it's sandwiches. Nice and clean. Fresh. I'm sold. I mean, I'm salty, that's fine. Besides that. I'm targeted. Well, I think I used to talk to you when I was at CBS. Yep. But that's here. Well, after here. Yeah, we're lucky enough to see I can still, I'm going to spend another 8 months. You know, you can sit back. You can set 10 8 times. You know? This is the last hit I'm going to have some. What's that? I mean, I'll deal with whatever I get. It's going to get ugly. There'll be a middle point where it gets ugly and then it gets good. And then I think it'll be.
That's something last time I was here. No parking. They started yelling at me, spitting at me. So hot in the sun, slapping me. There were 4 or 5 trucks, remember, pulled by NRVs. So radio roll was this first area. They left the car. I saw a golf cart out there. When we were in Tampa, he got a golf cart every day to get us to the golf. But that was the president. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he made friends with him. The guy runs the car. Steve. Yeah, just leave it there. Crown Plaza. Here? By the airport, San Francisco. Oh, that's a little ways, huh? We're going back to the Where is it? No traffic. No, went through JFK, but going back, they have a direct flight. And going back to regular. All right. Good? Yeah. What's that? Yeah, you good? Yeah, babe, I'm here. Yep, I got you. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, we're just talking to this.
After the Drake Bay game plan's on, right?
Okay, thank you.
After the Drake Bay game plan's on, there's no votes on it, right?
Meanwhile, we're getting more and more predictions about the big game itself.
Hey, Steve. Good, how are you?
You're at the Dubai Stadium. So after this where the game will take place, but we heard that on Sunday it was still on paper.
So what is it? We start with
You said Courtney.
Is there a fight before we get
Yes.
Thank you, Deb. So after we break those down, that's what I break them. Yeah, I bring it here, right? We do our life and I'm not complaining one bit about that. It's one of the ones yeah. Okay. We want to talk about it. Yeah, we want to talk about it. Great. One green, two reds. That's not good enough, Steve. It's just not good enough. You got to get better at that. Come on, bud. I appreciate that. One green, two red. Ah, two green, one red. Yeah, they are zeroed in. You know, after all the media hype on Monday and a day off on Tuesday, they just got back to work today for their first official practice of the week over at Stanford University. This team is fired up and ready to go. I'll tell you that right now. The whole team met with the media this morning around 8:15 local time, 11:15 back at Boston. Today, Mike Vrabel said the next few days would be so important for their game prep. Drake May agrees 100%. Dan Rhodes joins me now, and Drake is focused. And here's the thing, right? He's got test after test after test when it comes to
if he can win the Super Bowl, Steve, he'd be the second quarterback in NFL history to defeat the first, second, and third ranked scoring defenses in the NFL. Seattle was first, allowing the fewest points. So he's got his work to do. Peyton Manning was the other one back in 2006. So they're going to go into this. What I like about him, Steve, is he's got Josh McDaniels. Been there, done that, has seen so many things in these games. They go about it now.
And they really work well together. I had a one-on-one with Jay coming up to pitch us all access for you, and he was so calm, cool, and collected. He's a guy with tremendous confidence, and he feels like, you know what? I just got to play good for one game.
The best thing about it, Steve, remember, he seemed concerned about that shoulder when he left.
He did.
He said things kind of came together on the flight, and he's gotten out here, he's thrown pretty well. So the guys that I talked to said he looks like the same old Drake, which is great news. Now they're just going to go out and really execute and have the game of their life in this football game. Well, what did they said to me today? One more. Right?
Yeah, all right. Yeah, it seems like every week the Patriots defense gets overlooked, right? First three playoff games, it's always about the team's defense. Whether it's Denver, Texans, or Chargers, it's always about your team. But here's the thing. The Patriots defense is tremendous. Okay. Dr. Courtney and Lisa. Dr. Courtney and Lisa. All right, Nick, thank you very much. We should get Patriots first down tonight, 9 o'clock on TV 38. CBS News Boston. ESPN's Mike Leach joins us for more on the big game along with Danny Roach. And tomorrow night, it's a special. Welcome to the Bay Area. We're at 10 o'clock on TV 38. We'll be live from the Patriots welcome party. Should be a fun one. Joined by 2 Super Bowl heroes. You know, I'll tell you, just yet. Courtney and Lisa. You got it. Thank you. Okay, one more here, right? We come up off the top. Danny, we got one more, right? Actually, Super Bowl. Alex.
Hey, are any of those guys left? Like your home? I know that's the question. Is there?
It's coming?
They made up their hay last time. He's the last one. I talked to him and he's like, yeah, they gave him something.
No, yeah, we don't need it. There. But I mean, but seriously, yeah, so
Let me see. I'm going to see if this one's How long? Couple minutes. 2 or 3.
videos yet?
We started the practice in half hour. Practice in 90 minutes. Finish about 7. So practice 5:30. All right, come back.
They have a prompter in here now. Oh, is that for weight?
Let me check. They sent you an email, right, Jack?
Team player. Narrow, it's team player.